Alright, welcome back, metahumans. Today, we're going to be doing some pretty basic stuff. We are going to head on over to the PvP island. We're going to keep building over there. We're going to do some fishing, because we need a bunch of fish for the tournament. And then I am just going to be here to answer any questions that anybody might have about that tournament. It's going to be a nice relaxing stream. We're actually going to start with the fishing. Because I like fishing in this game. It's a lot of fun. Something that I can do and talk to other people and... yeah. Let's get her done. I think I probably need to turn up my in-game volume. Somebody will have to let me know if you can actually hear what's going on or not. I like to be able to hear the creaks and stuff of the pole while you fight the fish. It's cool. I guess actually I can tell myself if I need to speak up or if things aren't loud enough, because I've got it set up now where you guys only hear the audio from the game and not the audio from my internet browser. Okay. Everything sounds pretty even at least. Leave it like that for now. Alright. How is everyone? The channel's been going super well today. The video I put out yesterday about the tournament that I want to run, was really well received by the subscribed community and not very well received by the community at large, which is a little concerning to me because I think a PvP tournament is kind of exactly what we need right now. Everybody on Reddit and Discord is just constantly talking about how there's no real PvP scene, and I just can't... I can't imagine that a PvP tournament scene wouldn't be extremely well received. So I don't know what exactly is going on there. Maybe I did something wrong. Maybe I'm not presenting the idea well enough. But I haven't really been able to get any traction anywhere with the community about starting something like that. Maybe, you know, I'm just not well enough known in the community to get something like that going. Maybe I need more clout, as they say, for anybody to even stop and look. But I'm going to keep working on it. I'm going to keep building this stuff. I'm going to keep trying to host weekly events, weekly PvP events. I'm going to keep filling up chests with fish. I'm going to do whatever I have to um, to try and get this going because it's important to me. Sorry, I've got some Reddit comments that need attending to. People don't know uh, what island codes are. It's a huge, huge failure of the content creator community that Eternal Land has really just not gotten any um, any quality information put out about it. And I'm going to be doing a video a little later today about... Actually, maybe we'll just talk about it right now, and then I'll just clip this and turn it into the video. I don't know. But there is a lot of, I think, wrong information about how Eternal Land works and how the season reset works. For example, everybody is making the assumption that the season reset is going to completely remove this season from playability. A lot of the stuff that I've seen is talking about how, you know, if you don't beat this content, then you're never going to be able to beat this content, and, you know, you can't just vanish content every 6 weeks. How are you even going to keep up with making content? And that's probably the silliest thing I've ever heard in my life. Obviously, at least obviously to me, the novice season is going to stick around, and that's especially good for players who join the game later on, right? Because you want to be able to play that novice season, because you're going to be starting with nothing. And so having the ability to go back and play the original season and go through that is going to be a really good way to get new players into the game, get them their first few guns, get them their first build, so that they can move into other seasons and play that. You know, the devs mentioned that the seasons are not all going to have the same lengths. They're going to be different time frames, and some of them may even be permanent seasons. And so everybody needs to just do the novice season, right? New players that are coming in later need to do a novice season. Players right now need to complete the novice season, because it's like a really, really extended tutorial. And it's just helping you prepare to step into what is going to be much more difficult, I'm sure, and much more content in the future. I think, you know, we already see that we're only viewing like half of the map that we have right now. They've already talked about, you know, not every season is going to take place on the same map. So we're going to have more maps. Just the amount of content we're getting through right now is so small. This game has been in development for years. Nobody could possibly think that this is everything there is that they've developed up to this point. So I am personally wildly excited about the potential future of the game. And the content that we're gonna get. You know, I think we're really underestimating the dev team, and I think that they've proven that they don't deserve that underestimation. They've been really, really good to the community so far. And all of the experiences I've had with, you know, having questions and needing answers, except for the question that I had about the event that they're running for the builds. Nobody answered that question ever, so I've just given up. But I mean, ultimately, they're a fairly responsive dev team when it comes to large-scale community concern and outcry. And they've certainly done a lot to improve the game based on that community feedback. So I'm pretty much team dev team. I'm all about it. We're just gonna sit here and fish. And honestly, we're probably gonna fish for a couple of hours. Just relax, enjoy ourselves. We've been going pretty hard at it ever since I started building the theme park, honestly. Just constantly building, and it's kind of making my brain hurt. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Gonna catch some fishy. We got 4 more subscribers yesterday, so we're all the way up to 24. We're about to hit that 25 mark in just a little over 2 weeks, which really just has me floored. Our last 3 days have been incredibly good as far as channel growth. We had our first video hit 1,000 views yesterday in about the mid-afternoon, which I am insanely happy about. We're gonna have to come up with another good video idea though, because things are stalling out a little bit, which is why I want to put out a video about the seasonal resets. But I think I need to up my video quality. And, you know, I'm doing these live streams, and I want to keep doing that. But I've been trying to create, edit, and put out a video all in one day. And I think maybe taking a couple of days. You know, I've noticed that videos tend to just continue producing. If you get a good video out there that people want to see, they tend to continue producing for a few days. And so, you know, if it took 3 or 4 days between each video, and I put, you know, 3 or 4 hours into the video each day to get the script written, to, you know, maybe do some research and pull some clips that aren't just me being a talking head, and put out just a generally higher quality video that might be better. I'm not a great video editor, but I think I could be pretty decent at it. And I think, and another thing that needs to happen is I need to get some small images of, you know, items in the game. I need to get my character without a background so that my character can just be added to thumbnails. Like the thumbnail on this video right now didn't have my character in the image, but if I just had an image of my character, I could just put my character in there. And I'd like to be able to do that. I need to get some clothing for my character, whether cosmetic or just something I craft. And honestly, now that I can make astrolite equipment, I probably just need to craft one of everything. But I want to get some stuff that's a little brighter, that pops a little, and put her in that. And use that for thumbnails, even if it's not necessarily the equipment that I use. There's just a lot of stuff. I think my thumbnail text is pretty on point. Some of it might be a little long, but I like the shadowing in the back. I like the boldness. I like the colors. I'm a really big fan of that yellow and purple combination, especially for Once Human. It just seems to fit pretty well. Might need to throw some light blue in there just to fit with the Once Human color scheme a little. But I'm a fan. So we'll see what kind of stuff happens. What we can produce. You know, I've been doing this for a little over 2 weeks now, so it's time to up my skills, up my game a little bit. I really need to, if I want to host tournaments and if I want to build that community, then I need to be able to grow that YouTube community. That's just kind of going to go hand in hand. So, probably need to put like an everything you need to know about Eternaland video out. That, well, no, that's not true. I mean, that how to cross server PvP is kind of an everything you need to know about Eternaland. But I definitely need to put out a season reset video. And then, actually, I need to check something right this very second. Because it's something I've been considering. I don't actually think I'm going to be able to do what I'm about to try and do until week 6. Or until phase 6. But, I'm going to check it anyway. Yeah, we definitely can't, because we can't open our regular inventory in here at all. but there is a deviation inventory. Why is everybody assuming that they're losing their deviations? You're not losing your deviations at the end of the season. Silly motherfuckers. That's just, I mean, more misinformation about Eternal Land and the season reset. I am so sad about just the lack of knowledge and everything that's getting posted on YouTube right now is 100% about, and I get it, it's what is working right now. Right, build guides and stuff like that are huge parts of these games, but this game does not require build guides. You can just wing it. It's fine. The game isn't that difficult, especially not right now in the novice season. Just play. Learn and experience. You know, the content creators are getting a little hamstrung because they want to put out videos that do well, and they're kind of stuck in that, you know, how to be a power gamer niche, because that's what the community watches. That's really a disservice to this game and what it has to offer. I don't know what we're gonna build today. Built that big old lighthouse the other day. That was fun. Finished up our forest. Maybe we'll put another house or two in there. Probably should. I don't know. I just really want to see these tournaments work. I would like to see partying become available in Eternal Land. Even if the members of your party had to come from the same server as you, I would like to see at least some ability to party up. But I don't know how the underlying code is designed for Eternal Land, so I don't understand exactly, you know, what difficulties that might cause or anything like that. And the other thing I would like to see, actually I need to test it out too, is turrets right now don't shoot in Eternal Land. So I want to check if and I even made, oh, they're made over here, that's right. Oh, not there. Over here. Synthesis bench. I want to see if these will fire. So I'm going to throw one down real quick, and then I'm going to switch over to another character. They usually stick around for a couple of minutes. And then we'll see if they shoot me. Or they even stick them things to walls. Alright. Gotta log out, log back in real fast. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Enter Eternal Land. We're just gonna pop out right there where that thing's at, see if it just starts murking me. Oh, it totally disappeared. Oh, looks like I'm gonna need another person in order to test that. That's the other thing. A lot of testing needs to get done. I need to see uh wait, what? Oh my goodness. These things never run out of durability. But you can only have 3 up at a time. Holy cow. That's hilarious. So all you ever have to do is make 1. Well, that probably has to get fixed. Can't be having people just throw those out all over the place. I need to check on if you all have never watched a YouTuber, Old Man in Recliner. Pretty nice fella. Been kind of chatting with him, watching his live streams, and got him kind of in on the Eternal Land thing. I just want to see. Yesterday he was doing some stuff, trying to get his Eternal Land working. And I guess he ran into some power issue where this zone is kind of broken into parts. And so like power and stuff from different sections can't cross over or something. I don't really understand exactly what the deal was. And so he was having issues powering his farm that he made here to help farm Astral Sand. Hopefully he gets on the same sort of wagon that I'm on. He mentioned, you know, having PvP tournament events and stuff like that as well. Like, the minute I told him the things that I know about Eternal Land, he kind of had the same vision I did. So hopefully he also starts building some community stuff going on. Getting some people out, PvPing it up. I think today the build thing should be to build the arena. I thought somebody else was going to build the arena, but I haven't seen or spoken to them in a few days. And so I'm going to build it instead. And yeah. Just got to catch all these fish. There are so many fish to catch to put in all the little crates that I'm going to put around the map. Saturday morning, next Saturday morning, I am going to close the Eternal Land and take that time to go place all the crates and fill them all with fish. And yeah, that'll be that. Something else I've noticed about Eternal Land, I don't think anything in Eternal Land weighs anything. When you go into your Eternal Land inventory, there's no weight stat. So I think you can just have an infinite amount of Eternal Land gear. And you can take that gear with you out into the regular world, right? You don't ever have to empty this backpack, so as long as you don't fill all the slots, you can just carry all the gear you want. I don't even know if there's a limit the number of slots. We'll have to find out. So I'm gonna catch all these fish. And it's gonna tell me, hey, stupid. Can't have that many fish. I don't want to shoot the gun. I want to catch the fish. Throw them fishy baits out there. Fishy bait. Fishy bait. Want to catch some fish on the bait. Fishy bait. Fishy bait. Want to catch some fish on the bait. Some other things to talk about. We really haven't been playing the seasonal play. I get that. I do need to do my cortexes today. Or well, I need to check real quick on when the cortexes are due by and get them bad boys done. Let's check that right now. I don't want to miss, you know, the ends in 3 days, 7 hours. Okay, we got plenty of time. We'll get that 4,000 out of the way. This 2,000. We've already got a couple thousand because we finished up. Gosh darn it. Yeah. Just gonna rock and roll here. Rocking and rolling and whatnot. I suppose it's also possible that the reason that I'm having trouble getting this tournament going is that I don't have any sort of monetary reward or, you know, real life physical reward to offer. Just stuff in game. I imagine that if I could like offer $100 or something like that, that people would jump at the chance. Of course, then the tournament would have to be considerably more in depth than a single round of 16 players. And I'm still fairly new at this, and organizing something that large would be pretty difficult for me. Especially on top of trying to build the entire area out. I'm honestly very excited to get the entire island built, and then to start tearing down one section at a time, and just building one section. Because if I could have an entire week to build a section, or even 2 or 3 days to build a section, and then, you know, just go play the regular game, and, you know, shoot things in the face, maybe get some PvP in myself, but, you know, take 2 or 3 days, build a section, take 2 or 3 days, play some game, and then Saturday, host the tournament. That would, you know, really fill up my time, but in an interesting and non-monotonous way. Not that doing this is monotonous, but it will become monotonous if I don't have an opportunity to break it up with other activities at some point. For the time being, at least, though, I am thoroughly enjoying creating these Eternal Lands. It is very fulfilling. The other thing that I don't understand why people don't, or people make the assumption that you're using your deviations, or losing your deviations at the end of the season. Again, people just don't come to Eternal Land. Like, nobody has come here. None of the content that I'm seeing, even on Reddit, you know, people are making builds and stuff like that. None of them are building on Eternal Land. And this is a builder's dream. I mean, building with Astral Sand, not having to worry about gathering materials and stuff like that. It's just so good. Another thing we might need to build today. Actually, we probably should build it today instead of the arena. Black is the farm that I'm putting on the other island so that I can get deviated vegetables and stuff. And sell them. I think maybe 200 or 300 crops will probably be sufficient. And honestly, they don't even need to be really good. Like, good lighting and stuff like that. I think more than anything, they just need to have mutation fertilizers added to them. And that'll be super good. We just gonna fish away. Fish, 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 fish. While we ramble on about the state of the game. The state of PvP, and it's really just the same as every other PvP game that's come out in a really long time, and I think they're fixing this. I saw a post about a faction war coming up in a future season, maybe next season, and it being a war against Rosetta and the Mayfly faction. And I don't know if you're going to get to choose the Rosetta faction, but even if it's just a two-faction system, the biggest problem with PvP games is that they allow players to be the leaders of the highest tier of player community. And that tier is usually the guild. And when you do that, you create a system where the player has to prove themselves to the community in order to be able to gain the benefits of that community. And so your status within the guild and your ability to be a part of the guild and access content becomes transactional with other players. And that creates a lot of resentment. It creates a lot of elitism. And it ultimately destroys PvP games. And this problem was fixed literally 20 years ago by the first MMO game I ever played, which was Dark Age of Camelot, where they had a faction system. And in that faction system, you chose your faction, and you could build guilds within the faction. But the highest tier of player community was system run, and it was just your faction system. And nobody could stop you from joining that faction. Nobody could hold the rewards of, faction activities away from you. Nobody could stop you from having access to those. If the faction did something, whether you participated or not, you got the same bonuses that everybody else got from that faction owning, like, the artifacts in the realm versus realm combat play. And because of that, and because everybody was a part of the same faction, it fostered this sense of community across the entire faction. So you always had this group of people that was your community by default. So you could always find teams and parties for stuff, and it was extremely easy to become integrated into that community because it was just default. You just were in the community. And PvP games today, Albion Online, they sort of have that, and it's why faction warfare in the yellow and red zones is actually pretty huge in Albion Online, because you get that automatic community. And Black Zone content, it gets done, but it gets done by ultimately an extremely small number of people, because even though those guilds have really huge numbers, a lot of their members are in this weird state where they don't play often enough to complete the required activities and also gain any value from the community, because the community always needs its cut first. And so they spend all of their playtime that they have available doing what is required to maintain membership, and then they don't get to participate in the things that reap them reward. And so a huge part of that community is just sort of aiding and paying and enriching, the small select few at the top. And the same thing is true of not just Albion, it's every PvP game. It's what happened in New World, it's what happened in gosh, what's another PvP game? I know there are more of them. I imagine it's the same thing. I've never played Mortal Online, but the new Mortal Online probably has a similar problem. It's the same thing that happens in games like Ark and Rust. I'd probably Rust to a smaller degree because the wipes are so frequent and you seem more capable of competing in small teams in that game. But in Ark especially, if you're not a member of one of the really huge mega guilds, or mega tribes is what they call them in that game, you really don't have any chance of succeeding for any sort of substantial amount of time. You're just always eventually going to get killed. And so it's a little sad, you know, in Ark specifically, if they would set it up so that automatically when you joined a server, that server became your community. And then no matter what server you went to, you and the other members of your servers were sort of automatically in an alliance, and then you could build tribes inside of that. But you would be allianced with your server. And so the trick would be to find a server full of people that you wanted to be allied with. And there would be a limit, right? Obviously, you can only have 70 people on at a time. So as servers filled up, you would run into this sort of natural limit to the number of alliance members possible, and so people would have to spread out into other alliances. And then that would be the thing, right? If you're on your server, you're relatively safe, right? You're doing your farming, you're doing your building, you're doing whatever, and then you go to other servers and you become extremely not safe. You can go to other people's home servers, but also let's make some servers that can't be built on, right? And so everybody's going to these other servers because they can't sustain on just their server, right? There's not enough resources, and that's definitely already a problem. And if you had full servers of people not fighting each other, that would absolutely be a problem. So you build servers where nobody can build, right? Nobody can call these servers home servers. Or maybe you even can build, but building is extremely limited. Maybe you only get, 50 structures or 100 structures or something like that. You could never build a base, but you could build a small farming base. And that would give people something to grief, right? You go in there, you find people's farming bases because you want to raid their primary server. But first, you have to go take out a lot of their resource production facilities. And get them sort of scrambling around, rebuilding things, and then you go raid them on their primary server. You would be constantly running into people out in these neutral servers to fight and all kinds of stuff. It would be, it would just be phenomenal. And, I'm not a developer. I don't know how hard it would be to auto-alliance people like that and then carry those alliances over into the other servers. It, might be something that's just impossible to do. I really don't know. But in competitive PvP games, you have to allow people who are solo or in small groups to be able to participate in the community without being beholden to community leadership. Natural leaders are going to come out, right? You're going to have people who, it happens in Albion Online in faction warfare, right? There are players who are extremely good at leading faction warfare and getting people rallied together and pushing for certain objectives and, just getting tasks accomplished, and you need those people. Guild Wars 2 has the same thing with the commander system, right? And that's primarily PvE, but the same thing happens. These commanders roll into a zone, and what was a ragtag group of people just kind of running around not accomplishing anything becomes this more cohesive unit. And so you do need that leadership. You just can't allow that leadership to be in control of who gets to participate in content, because then you start to get a complex about it. And then you also, as a leader, become beholden to your community. And what I mean by that is, if you're a leader of a community and that community is going to go to war, let's talk a little bit about New World. You're a leader of a community and you have 100 people, right? You're not a mega guild. You're just a single guild, 100 people strong, and you're going to go to war, and you can only take 50 of those 100 people with you. Now, you certainly want your 50 strongest, but you also have to consider who's putting in the most time and who's benefiting the community the most. So you run into this situation where your strongest players are sort of exempt from doing stuff that is beneficial to the community, right? They become this squad of warriors that just goes to war. And your community members who play the most and who provide the most value to your guild want to be rewarded for all that value that they're adding. And so you have to take those people to war because they want to participate, and they're the ones doing the most to keep the guild running outside of war. And so it becomes this competition between your community members to either be the best so that you're exempt from those standards, or to provide the most value to the community to get that slot, instead of playing the game and enjoying your time. And if you compete to try and be within one of those two categories, but you fall short, then all of that effort you put in becomes wasted to you personally. Right? It might not be wasted to the guild is still benefiting, but you personally are not getting what you want out of it. But in order to potentially get what you want out of it next week, you still have to put in that effort, put in that time. So you're working towards a maybe payoff. And that maybe payoff not coming repeatedly will just cause you to quit. And it's why those big guilds that do all those wars and fight all that time have really, really high churn. They turn over players like water going over a waterfall. It's insane. And just every new player sort of gets sucked into their vortex because they're constantly looking to bring new players in because they're constantly losing players. And they need to keep their numbers up, because if they don't keep their numbers up, then they look weak, and they're really good players and they're really consistent players will leave, and then their entire guild will fall apart. And so they're just feeding off of new players, and I mean literally chewing them up and spitting them out, and then those players are quitting. And so it's a very, very bad system, pretty much all around. Need to go start at a TikTok. Put my shorts on. Need to go check that. Nope. Hey. Two people watched it on TikTok. Falling out of control over here. Falling out of control. What, Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Just keep fishing. Just keep fishing. Once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Bully of Tea. The wind blew harder, bowed it down below my bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the ship had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her. Then she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack and tight once more. All boats were lost, there were only 4, but still that whale did go. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Love me a good sea shanty. Yo ho. All hands. Hoist the colors high. Heave ho. Thieves and beggars. Never shall we die. Fishing. Fishing for fishies. Come here, fishy. Come here, fishy. I finally figured out how to fish. You have to pull the rod in the opposite direction of the fish. As a person who's fished all their life, you think that would have been sort of intuitive. It was not. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. What do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with a drunken sailor? Lie in the morning. Way hey and up she rises. Way hey and up she rises. Way hey and up she rises early in the morning. Sometimes in our lives, bow, bow. So I'm watching Old Man and Recliner stream from yesterday right now, and he made an incredible uh, sort of Counter-Strike style arena in his cave on his Eternal Land. Y'all might want to go check that out. I don't know if he's going to be posting the island code and just letting anybody come and use it, or how he's going to be working that. But it is quite impressive. I'm very happy that some other people are just kind of getting involved and building some stuff. I'm a little sad that he seems to be better at it than I am. But that's fine, you can't be the best at everything. His arena actually looks insanely cool. I am wildly impressed. I mean, it would only accommodate, you know, two teams of 3 or 4 people. I'm trying to build, you know, something that's viable for, you know, 20 or 30. But he's got a really nice little, like, speedball kind of thing going on. And he's built a little observation deck around it. Definitely some good inspiration for the arena that I'm going to build. I was going to build just kind of this flat, very two-dimensional sort of arena. But I don't think that's necessarily the right play. I think I am absolutely going to steal his arena idea. It was very good. That was very nice. Use some different colored lights to sort of demarc zones. I kind of wanted to do that same thing with the labyrinth. Throw some lights in there to mark out some different zones. That's interesting. I really like the way he set that up. Such a good job. Just wow. Mad kudos. Gonna drop him a little comment. Just wow. See if he ever got around to building his crops. He builds super fast. It's really impressive. Good for him. He's much more focused than I am, I think. I get super distracted super easy. I don't think he notices, or is even remotely aware of the fact that him and I are now in competition. Which is great, because trying to be better than him at stuff is going to make me better at stuff. But he's now my rival. And that's just the way it is. Hey, Razor, what's up? Sorry, I missed all of those chats while I was watching. Sorry, brother. I was talking to a ghost. I was just rambling at myself because I didn't realize anybody was here. Uh, yeah, no, I've been watching Old Man in Recliner. I hit him up on stream yesterday or the day before. I don't even remember anymore. Um, because I was having trouble getting people in to uh, to PvP and stuff. And so I was just gonna go. I went and harassed a bunch of content creators to get them to understand what Eternal Land is like and why they should be building an Eternal Land. And he's like the only one who actually paid attention at all. And so I was just checking out his stream that he did yesterday, and he built up like a farm on his Eternal Land so that he could get vegetables, so that he could get astral sand easily. And then he built a really cool arena in his cave. And so I was just kind of gushing about it and talking about how I'm going to steal it. But I'm super happy to see that some other people are looking into building their Eternal Lands. How's your streaming and stuff been going? Have you been playing any more Once Human? Words are hard. Oh, he's gone. Sad day for me. So I'll just sit here by myself. Some more. La da 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 da. Womp womp womp. Makes me sad that I miss Fraser. Whoops. Clicking all the wrong buttons. Silly, silly guy. Um, the real funny guy. Fishy. I like the fishy. I like the fishy. I'm gonna catch a fishy, and there will be more fishies. Fishy, fishy, fishy. Fishy, fishy, fishy. I'm gonna catch the fishy. And if you like the fishy, you should come and fish fishy. Got a salmon. 23 salmons. I need like 200 salmons. I also changed the thumbnail from the video I made yesterday about the tournament. So hopefully having a new thumbnail will encourage more people to view, because so far we haven't gotten any takers on the tournament yet. And I really, really, really want to host tournaments here on Eternaland. I think that will solve a lot of the player base's woes about the game, and about the state of PvP. Because like we've said a number of times here, just PvP, particularly for solo and small groups, is pretty lacking in the game. And engagement zones just aren't rewarding enough to promote that kind of PvP at this point. And honestly, if they were more rewarding, then you would just have warbands taking everything over. And so once again, you would kind of kick out the solo and small group players from being able to achieve those rewards and from being able to really participate in that PvP. And so having, this sort of free-for-all PvP tournament potential that Eternaland has, and especially because, you don't lose durability on items you craft in Eternaland, so you have an infinite amount of durability, and because there's no drops in Eternaland PvP, it really opens up that PvP to the primarily PvE players as well. So you're looking at having just a much more diverse and interesting experience. Because there's no matchmaking, it will be a little bit difficult to match people up based on skill, and you are going to run the risk of alienating more casual players, and so I'm going to have to consider some way to categorize people or to allow people to self-categorize based on skill level, and see if I can't, you know, get some skill-based matchmaking going on instead of just, you know, the best players being able to come in and just stomp all over everybody, and people not being able to participate and not being able to win in those tournaments. So maybe we'll host, you know, a couple of brackets, like a beginner, an intermediate, and an advanced bracket, and allow people to just place themselves in those brackets. And then if I feel like you don't belong in the bracket you self-identified into, you know, maybe I'll move you into another bracket or something like that for the next week. I don't know. I certainly don't want to alienate more casual players or newer players, from the tournament play, because that's a huge draw, and I think it's something that would keep players playing the game for longer. And so not being able to participate in that until you became proficient or really, really good at the game would be a huge detriment to the player base, I think. So we'll see if we can't find a way to facilitate that. Because it is very, very important. Something that I've always said since the early days of New World was that, you know, hardcore players promote your game, but casual players are the heart of a game. If you can't find a way to keep casual players interested and invested, okay, got it. I was sad there for a minute. How's your streaming and stuff been? You still been playing Once Human, or did you decide to start doing something else? Oh, okay, cool. Oh no, that's horrible. So you're on your phone right now, like, watching? I've been having a huge problem this year with that too. Our power's gone out, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 times over the course of the last couple of months for sometimes as much as 8 hours. It's been awful. We've been having really bad thunderstorms here. That sucks. I'm sorry. When your stream was saying lights out, I thought it was because you were intentionally going to a black screen to, like, take a break or go do something. I didn't realize you actually meant lights out, like the power went out. That's awful. Time to go solar, dude. Get you some panels and Or, I don't know how windy it is where you live. They've been making some pretty huge advancements in wind energy, too. Yeah, I need to do a bunch of fishing because the tournament that I want to run, the way you're going to score points is through fishing. So the reason I'm building all these biomes and the reason I'm trying to promote this as a PvP island is because I want to run weekly tournaments. And so I put out a video yesterday about, you know, the tournament rules and how to sign up and stuff like that by going to my my Discord that I set up for the tournaments. And so today I'm fishing because the way the tournament's going to take place is we're going to use this original spawn back here. And you'll load into the game here, and every time you respawn, you'll spawn back here. And then throughout the entire map, in all of the different biomes and stuff, I'm going to put chests. Like this one. And inside of those chests, I'm going to put fish of different rarities. So the different rarity fish are going to count for different numbers of points. And so the goal will be to just run around and kill each other, you know, fight over chests, and the further away the chest is, and the more difficult the chest is to find, the higher rarity and the more fish you're going to find in it. So you'll get more points, but it's also going to be more contested, so there's going to be lots of fighting and stuff over it. And then, yeah, just at the end of 20 minutes, whoever has the most points in fish will win the tournament. And for right now, at least, until this channel gets monetized, and maybe I can provide some sort of monetary reward. For now, the reward is going to be that you get the fish, so that you can go in to the island order shop and just fulfill these orders with the fish so you can get resources to build on your own Eternal Land. But we'll see. I hope. But it's going to mean literally hours and hours of fishing every week so that I can catch all the fish I need. So I thought today I would put out, you know, just that I was answering questions about the tournament and fishing, so that I could do sort of a less focus-intensive activity. In case some people came in and wanted to chat and needed some questions answered and stuff, I could answer them for them. And now I have you to talk to. And hopefully I'm not the only one. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a limit of as few as 20 people in the Eternal Land. And so if I can only host 20 people at a time, and there's thousands of people playing this game, you know, there needs to be absolutely more people hosting tournaments and building PvP Eternal Lands and doing all of that stuff, so just trying to get the ball rolling, and maybe it'll become something much, much bigger than me. At the very least, I gotta convince other people that they want to catch fish and give them to me so that I don't have to do all the fishing myself. Oh, are there two watching? Oh, snap. What's up, other person? How are you? You don't have to say something if you don't want to. It's okay. I understand. I wouldn't want to interact with me either. I'm kind of a scary person. Of course, you can't see me. And not being able to see me makes me much less scary. I'm like a big, scruffy, 6'2" bearded person. And so in real life, people tend to avoid me, and I don't sound like that, right? I have this, like, really high-pitched kind of, sing-songy voice sometimes, and so I don't sound like a scary person. But in real life, I look pretty scary. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like 6'2", 280. And I haven't trimmed my beard in 7 months. I'm scraggly. I am not a fit 280 either. I I got the insulation on. No. No, I'm not on Instagram. There are not very many photos of me. I actually don't do social media sort of as a rule. I don't have a Facebook. I don't have an Instagram. I don't do any of that. It's not really my jam. And there will probably never be a face cam on this channel. I don't think that people being able to see my face would add any value to the content. Great, great, thanks. That's funny. I appreciate that you think I'm good enough to be a boss fight. That's very, very positively presumptuous of you. So many fishies. You come back here, fishy. Don't you run away from me. My fishy. I can't believe that I've caught, like, 4 or 5 of these purple koi fish. I haven't caught a single bluefish today. Hmm. So you can use anything that you built in the main game here in Eternal Land, but you can't actually transfer it here, like put it in a crate, until Phase 6 of your seasonal play. And I was actually just checking on that, so there's a huge misconception, and I have proof that it's an incorrect misconception. Everybody keeps saying on like Reddit and stuff that you're gonna lose your deviations at the end of season play. And they're getting all mad. They're like, why am I losing my deviations? Why am I losing my deviations? And I think it's because it doesn't explicitly say that you get to keep your deviations. But there's a deviations tab on the Eternal Land inventory. And so when you look at this crate, normally when you just open your inventory, you can switch between your seasonal inventory and your Eternal Land inventory. But when you open a crate, you can't. So you can't actually put your seasonal items in your Eternal Land crates yet. So you can't transfer them here. But in Phase 6 of your season, that should change, and you should be able to take all of your regular inventory items and place them in your Eternal Land, or it will automatically move your items to your Eternal Land. I don't know. To your Eternal Land inventories. I don't know for sure. But you can also, right now, if you want to, you can sell items from your regular inventory or your Eternal Land inventory to the Eternal Land shop to get Astral Sand. So you don't necessarily have to wait if you're just planning on selling those things. You can start building up your Astral Sand right now and start building with that Astral Sand, because everything that you create in Eternal Land just requires Astral Sand. Like all of these buildings and everything, when you go into your build menu, you don't see a material list. It just says how much Astral Sand you need. So I have 2 million, and crafting this foundation costs 100. And so everything, and that includes if you make food, right? I've got all the benches in here, and all the food costs Astral Sand. All of your tactical items, like your activators and all that stuff, can be made with Astral Sand. And that's anything that you've unlocked at any point using memetics in the seasonal game. So you only have to unlock them briefly, or if you had a deviation in the seasonal game that gave you like the lighter, gives you these bombs, or the frog gives you these spring legs, you can craft all of this stuff for Astral Sand here. And it never, ever goes bad. The food doesn't spoil, none of that. Yeah, food doesn't spoil. So you can make as much of it as you want. I've got, in my inventory, I've had these for days. I've got, all these fish never spoil. But I've had these shattered breads for almost a week now. And they just be chilling. The other cool thing about it is, at the very least, with these consumables here, they last their hour, but only during the time that you're in Eternal Land. So I could use a Spring Lakes right now, and then leave Eternal Land and go do stuff in the seasonal play for 2 or 3 hours, and then when I came back to Eternal Land, I would still have an hour of Spring Legs left. I don't know if it works that way with the foods, but I'm positive it works that way with these other things. And so where you use it determines where that buff is available to you. They've done a really good job of not allowing you to be wasteful. Like, this game really, really respects your time and your resources and stuff like that. It doesn't want you to just be able to waste stuff and to feel this pressure to play optimally. The game wants you to play not optimally. It wants you to do stuff based on your whim. It wants you to go, oh, right now I want to do this, and then just go do that, instead of, well, I could go do this, but that's not the best thing that I could be doing right now, or, you know, I need to do this activity for at least 30 minutes because I ate this, or, you know, whatever it is. Most games require that you optimize those situations and that gameplay, and this game just does not do that to you. And I'm very happy about that. It is extremely casual friendly because of that. It's not, it's very different than a lot of the games available right now. And I think there's a lot of fear-mongering going on that's really harming the perception of the game, especially for casual players, based on that seasonal reset, that is absolutely doing more harm than good to the players that this game would benefit and be interesting to the most. I'm a little upset about that. So I'm going to keep putting out my positive content. I love this game. I think everything about this game is great. There are some small fixes that could happen, but I don't think there are any major problems with this game. Nothing that's not overcomeable. I don't know, I mean, you've been playing Razor, what do you think? Are you concerned about the reset? Dancing bear, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. So it's a positive for streaming, and that's great. But the reason I can do that is I have a lot of anxiety about having conversations with people, and so I've spent my entire life practicing conversations. So I talk to myself a lot. If I know I'm going to have a conversation with somebody, I'll talk through it. And so that's just sort of a byproduct of being a psycho. Yeah, that's certainly going to make it difficult. And I mean, that's not necessarily a requirement either. You know, maybe that's something you're never going to get good at. You don't have to have 100% of the skills necessary to be successful. There are absolute, I mean, I went and I peeped your channel for a while the other day, and as far as I can tell, your editing is better than mine. Your thumbnails were better than mine. I mean, you're doing a lot of stuff much better than I'm doing, and so, I mean, maybe just lean into those skills, especially if it's going to make you uncomfortable to be talking when there's nobody else talking, or to just be rambling on and holding a conversation with yourself. Then don't do it. There are tons of people out there who don't want to listen to the sound of my voice the entire time I'm streaming. and will absolutely not watch my channel because I never shut up, and would absolutely love to go and watch your channel because you're only talking when it's pertinent or relevant. And so lean into that. Don't, I mean, you absolutely don't have to be talking just to hear yourself talk. That's not, you know, you have other valuable skills. Lean into those. The the layout and look of your channel and of your videos is always going to be probably one of the best things about your channel, because it seemed super effortless for you. Like it was just sort of how the videos shot themselves, and you know how your thumbnails came together. I don't know how much time you put into those things, but it would have taken me hours to create things of that quality. And so I mean, there's no, it's like comparing the climbing ability of a fish. Fish swim. You can't judge them on their climbing ability. I think that's also why, you know, all the big streamers have teams of people, is, you know, they're good at a single aspect of streaming. Yeah, I'll see you later, man. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, go get that stream started. Take all the viewers from the rest of us. Someone hold me. Oh, I'm going to. I am going to probably be doing this for the next 9 hours. Maybe not fishing. Probably gonna fish for another hour. Horses prance through a silver storm. Figures dancing gracefully across my memory. Far away, long ago, glowing dim as an ember, things my heart used to know. So what else should we be talking about? Hmm. something. Ba-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-bow, ba-da-da, ba-bow, bow. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. What condition my condition was in. I think I waited too long to change the thumbnail on my cross-server PvP tournament video. It had already done so poorly on the impression click-through rate that YouTube sort of stopped promoting it like hours and hours ago. I should have stayed up. But whenever I post a new video, I get it takes a really long time before YouTube starts promoting it. Like it took 4 hours or so, 4 or 5 hours, before I really hit the impression spike. And I had already gone to sleep by then. And then it only took about 1 hour of it dumping impressions before it realized that it wasn't getting a very good click-through rate. And then it's literally just flatlined for the past like 6 or 7 hours. And so I changed the thumbnail, and I think that's a big part of it. It's really hard. What I'm noticing right now is because not a ton of people understand a lot about Eternaland, they are having difficulty understanding what I mean when I say I'm hosting a PvP tournament. Because they don't get the cross-server aspect of Eternaland. Because anybody in the NA region, from any PvP or PvE server, can come to my Eternaland and PvP literally anytime. I don't even have to be online. And so when I start putting out information, if I don't include keywords like cross-server or Eternaland or, you know, no drop or different stuff like that, then people immediately dismiss it as, oh, well, I'm probably not in that server, or, oh, I don't want to lose my gear, or, you know, oh, I can't join that Eternaland because I'm not friends with that person, or I don't want to be friends with that person, and none of those things are true. And it's because there's just a lot of wrong information out there. So we're gonna try to get the right information out there. And it's probably gonna take me 3 or 4 days, but I need to really nail this next video, I think. So I'm gonna take the time to put out the right video. I might even script the entire thing. Most of the time I just wing it because I'm a fairly good public speaker. And so I just kind of get on and I start talking about whatever I'm talking about. But I might actually 100% script this next video and pull some clips of some things some other content creators have said over the past week or two about Eternaland, and sort of debunk some myths and stuff like that. I honestly, I'm thinking about it, and other than energy links and your um, your seasonal progress, right? Like your map unlocks and stuff like that, which obviously you have to lose, and your level. I don't think you lose any items at all when you move to Eternal Land. You don't lose accessories, you don't lose mods, you don't lose... Do you lose calibration blueprint? I don't think you lose calibration blueprints. I think you lose absolutely nothing. Man, people are so misinformed. I'm so excited to be able to inform them. Yo, that's so good. So I just opened up the Reddit and somebody made like a sphinx. That's so cool. I want to steal it. Hmm. It looks like people are exploiting the bid system by creating alternate warbands and then bidding on their own um, frontiers that they own so that they can win the war and then they don't have to defend. So they just keep the frontier. That's super abusive. They should definitely ban those people. That's not good. Not good at all. You know what I wonder? Eternaland items never lose durability, right? So I wonder if when you bring an item from regular play into Eternaland, if it will stop losing durability. Power's gone again. Oh my god, that sucks. Dude. I am so sorry. That is the worst. Yeah. I can't even tell you, when the internet goes out here, I literally sit in my room and stare at the wall. Sometimes for 8 hours, because I don't have a phone. Because I'm always reachable on my computer. And so I just use Discord. Like, even my parents just have Discord accounts, and they contact me on Discord. So, like, I have nothing to do if the internet goes out here. Sometimes I'll read a book, but honestly, I prefer to listen to audiobooks. And I just I stream audiobooks on the internet. I don't know if you've ever gone to YouTube and looked up audiobooks on YouTube. Yeah. And maybe this is something you could do on your phone. Look up audiobooks on YouTube, because a lot of self-published authors also publish their audiobooks on YouTube to try and increase readership. And then, you know, they gain ad revenue through those YouTube videos. Feels like my life. Yeah. Yeah. It's, I imagine it would sort of be like if your horse died or something in the Old West. You know, it's a tool that we use so much. The internet is such an integral part of, you know, of what we do and of our everyday lives, that when it goes away, so important. When I saw you get back on here, though, the thing I was talking about is, so in Eternaland, and maybe you can tell me what your opinion on this is, in Eternaland, all the items that you make with Astral Sand never run out of durability. But what I wonder is, when your season ends, right, you go to Phase 6, all of your equipment that you made in the seasonal game is going to be transferred over to Eternaland, and it's going to become an Eternaland item. So I wonder if your calibrated weapons will get the same benefit of not losing durability once they become Eternaland items. Because if that's true, then Eternaland PvP is going to be popping off once Phase 6 hits. Because you'll be able to use your fully calibrated best gear. So it's going to be, seasonal play is going to be all about, like, just building up sets and farming out calibrations and all of that stuff to then equip the best gear you can for PvP in Eternaland. And, I mean, I have no proof one way or the other. Because we haven't gotten to Phase 6 yet. Nothing's transferred to Eternaland, so I don't know. But I have a suspicion that that is accurate. And if it is, then... wow. Yeah, I think one of the biggest things that would turn people off from my tournaments is that I'm requiring them to use crafted gear from Eternaland. Because the lack of durability loss means that the rounds can be longer. And instead of just dying a couple of times and then, like, having to teleport out of Eternaland to go repair your stuff and then come back, you know, we just get to keep playing for 20 minutes. but also because it evens the playing field. So if people haven't found perfect calibrations or whatever yet, you know, the playing field is just a little more even. And, you know, I'm allowing people to use like mods and attachments and stuff like that from seasonal play, because all that stuff can just be added to your Eternal Land equipment because it doesn't have durability or anything. And so we're allowing that, but you're having to craft Eternal Land gear. But if you could, in the future, just use your already crafted Eternal Land gear, man, that is a big koi carp. Then we wouldn't have to worry about that. And it would just be about creating cool sets during season play to bring back to Eternal Land with you. Man, people are underestimating Eternal Land so hard. It's so good. I'm so excited about it. I can't stop gushing. This fish is gonna get away. Oh, maybe not. Gotcha. $43 more. That's all the bait I have left. I mean, I could grab some more, but I'm gonna stop after that. And then I'm gonna start building my arena. Gotta have a better arena than Old Man and Recliner. That jerk. I showed him how cool Eternal Land is, and then he goes and builds a cooler arena than me. What a butt face. Need to consider some new rides for my theme park also. Got that roller coaster, we got the big jump. Need to see if there's anything we can do just for your character. Like if there are any structures or anything like that that you slide off of, that you could create like a big slide. And people could just jump on it and then they'd lose all control and just start sliding down. That'd be cool. Or I don't know. We want to build a nice garden on that Eternal Land with like trees and flowers and stuff. Yep, later. But we're gonna, you know, make a big garden with like trees and flowers and different things. For some other, we gotta build the visitor center. That's gonna be a pretty huge project. It's gonna be very difficult for me because of my general lack of aesthetic sense. You know, as far as I'm concerned, this is like the greatest building that ever existed up here. So I'm really gonna have to step up my building capabilities. Try and get a really nice visitor center built. And build that arena. On this PvP server, we've got to build this lakeside village that I want to build. So we need to build 3 or 4 more houses up along this road up here around the lake. I want to put a couple of small little rowboats just sitting right on top of the water. The big problem with boats is you can't connect the curved words are hard, the curved ceilings that I used for ramps for the roller coaster. Can't connect those if you use a triangle ceiling. So you leave this gap, and so trying to create the nose of a boat gets a little wonky, and so you sort of have to make square boats. There are some additional building pieces that I would like to see added. Hey, that's my first blue fish today. Arowana. But you need to be able to create completely connected corners like that. You just can't the way things are. They just don't snap together right. And it's a little gross. I don't like it. Yeah. So we're gonna build on some stuff today. And then gonna work on that Eternal Land video. I was just gonna make a video that said and I'm probably still gonna title it this, Everyone Was Wrong About Eternal Land. And I was just gonna focus on those 2 key points about being able to keep deviations and it's going to be Everyone Was Wrong About Seasonal Reset, but it's going to talk about being able to keep deviations and how I think that seasons are going to stick around. Right, I don't think that we're not going to have the novice season anymore. I think that the novice season is still going to be there, and I think if you wanted to play the novice season again, you could. You know, if you didn't get everything you wanted to out of it, or if you quit early because you didn't really understand the mechanic and you want to come back to the game, you can still beat that season. That content isn't going to vanish like I think everybody thinks it is. But for those of us who have already played the season, there's no reason to go back to it. And so you don't want servers to keep going with that same content with the same players. So let's imagine sort of a future scenario where the server that I'm on right now, PvP01 tag 00001, is maybe a year from now, and we're 2 expansions in, right? We do our 6-week season here, and then maybe they pop a couple of 5-week or 5-month seasons. And so we're at the end of our second 5-month season, and our player base has dwindled pretty significantly. And so in order to bring our player base back at the start of our 4th season, they're going to open the server up to new players. Those new players will be brand new, and they'll want to go back to the original season. And so when they do that, they're going to be stuck in a server that is already half populated by people who are never going back to that content. Right, by a year from now, I will never ever go to the original silos. I will never ever fight those original bosses. If they kept putting out content every 6 months, I would, after that 6-month period, never go back to that content. So if somebody starts the game later, then they never have anybody to play with, right? Because the number of new players isn't going to be all that high, and they're going to be spread out across all these different servers. So my understanding of the server structure is that when the season ends, my server is literally going to vanish. There will no longer be PvP01 Tech 00001. They might create a new server with the same name, but it is not going to be the server that I'm currently on. And so I'm not going to stay on that server. So when the next season starts, you are going to get a new set of novice servers so that people who are just starting the game with that season can play the novice season. And then you are also going to get a new set of the new season servers. And so you will have the choice as an old player of what server to go to. And that means that if you and your friends got split up during the first season, you can go to a season together. I don't think you're going to be locked in specifically to PvP or PvE either. So if you started on a PvP server and you decide you want to go to a PvE server, then you can. If you started on a PvE server and you decide now you want to go to a PvP server, you absolutely, I think, can do that. And then you're going to be playing with a whole group of people that are all in the same place as you with their characters. And new players are not going to be trapped playing in a server where half of the people in the server are already beyond their content, and so all of their content feels totally dead because there's nobody to play with, right? They're going to be playing in a new novice server where everybody is on the same content as them, and so everybody's going to be playing together in that content. And it's going to be really, really good for casual players. It's going to be really, really good for new players. It's going to be really, really good for returning players, right? If you play this season and then you don't play for a year and then you come back to the game, then when the new seasons start going, you'll have options, right? Do you start one of the new seasons? Do you go back and play some of the older content, doing some of the older seasons as new servers pop up? This is also going to drastically reduce the server cost overhead for the studio as well, because whenever you get new content, right, lots of players flock to games and they join in, and then when that content is done, they leave. And so the same thing is going to happen in this game, right? You're going to have lots of players flock to the content. They're going to play the season, and some of them are going to leave mid-season. Some of them are never going to beat the content, and that also happens in every other MMO, right? Lots of people never beat the content. But then instead of having to merge servers together in order to maintain populations, at the end of the season, which is, 6 weeks or however many weeks the season ends up being, you just collapse the server, right? It just vanishes. And then you move on to a new server with new content, and only people who are wanting to play that content will be getting involved in those servers. And so your server overhead is actually going to be reduced by this seasonal system. And then you have Eternal Land to keep people occupied in the meantime. And honestly, there are probably going to be players who primarily play in Eternal Land. I'm probably going to be one of them. And I'll play the seasonal play because I need the Starcrum to unlock my blueprints, and I want to get good calibrations so that I can calibrate my equipment, so that I can bring good calibrated equipment into Eternaland, because I'm almost positive that equipment that you bring into Eternaland at Phase 6 of the season is going to be immortal. It's not going to lose any durability. I am 80% sure that I'm right about that mechanic. And so you're going to have players, you're going to have the opportunity to go into seasonal play and to build up these perfect gear sets and these perfect weapons, and then bring those perfect weapons into your Eternaland and then start using them in Eternaland combat. Right, I'm setting up tournaments here on my Eternaland, and right now, we're going to be using Eternaland crafted equipment that can't be calibrated, but in 2 weeks, when my server hits Phase 6, we're not going to have to do that anymore, because we're going to get our regular weapons moved into the Eternaland inventory, and they're going to become immortal and not lose durability. And so that's going to be extremely important for PvP combat in Eternaland in the future. I need a few things to happen in Eternaland. Number one, turrets. Right now, turrets don't attack people. And I don't know, I tried to test the temporary turrets that you throw out, and they disappear when you log off. So I couldn't bring another character in fast enough to try and test those. So if anybody watching is on the NA servers, if you look down in the description of this video, there's a PvP island code. If you come to the PvP island, I will let you throw one of these temporary turrets at me and see if you can shoot me with it. Just for funsies, but I need to test that. But, so I need turrets to be able to shoot, because I want to be able to build bases. And I need teams. You have to be able to create teams. And primarily because of the defenses. Because having friendly fire on in team fights isn't a problem when there is no base building involved, because then it doesn't matter. Turrets aren't going to be shooting my teammates, so because we don't have any bases, so there's no turrets involved, and so my teammates don't get shot by my friendly fire turrets. But if turrets start working, which I really want them to, because I think that'll be a really cool way to play in Eternaland, you want to build bases, and so we will need to be able to team so that our turrets won't shoot our teammates when we're building bases here in Eternaland. Base raiding needs to be able to be a thing. And so I guess that's the third thing, is that I need to be able to turn on structure destruction so that we can actually raid each other's bases. I know Eternaland is supposed to be, this timeless, immortal place, and everything has no durability except for some reason your vehicle. But I really need to be able to turn on destruction of structures so that you can kill people's turrets, and so that you can raid their bases, because then, you could play a capture of the flag format where, you create a base, and then there's this chest or something that has resources or something like that, or that has a specific item or something in it, and you capture it, and you take it back to your base, and that's how you win. I guess we could still kind of play capture the flag. You would just have to, hide a chest. Then, actually, that's a great plan. Let's play capture the flag. Holy cow. So you just get 2 teams, or 3 teams. Let's do 3 teams. 3 teams is always more fun. And, you know, everybody starts at a different sort of corner of Eternal Land. So let's take a look at the map. Let's see where some good places to start are. You've obviously got the normal start beach. Actually, let's do it all the way across the entire thing. So, way back up in here, right, kind of near the normal start beach, but up on this hill, you've got Group 1, right, all the way over here on this island, and we'll even say just this specific part of this island, you've got Group 2, and then all the way down over here in this sort of finger, well, actually, let's do like this finger, or something over here. Actually, maybe over here. This is a much bigger area, so this finger right here, this will be Group 3. And that puts them fairly equidistant from each other, and fairly easy to get to each one. You know, there's kind of a route that doesn't require too terribly much swimming. And they'll put a chest, and in that chest, I mean, I'm obsessed with fish, so everybody puts a different kind of fish. And then all you have to do is find their chest, get their fish, bring it back to your base, put it in your chest, and you win. Or you could even give everybody you'd kind of have to do it on the honor system, but everybody gets a chest that is full of a specific kind of fish, and their goal is to take, one person can take 1 fish out of that chest at a time, and they have to go find the empty chest of the other teams and put as many of their fish in that chest as they possibly can, while defending their own empty chest and preventing the enemy team from bringing a fish over and putting it in their chest. And whichever team has the fewest of the 2 enemy types of fish in their chest at the end is the winner. So, you know, maybe one team gets salmon, one team gets rainbow trout, one team gets carp. And everybody has a full chest of 32 of their fish, and then one person can take 1 fish out, and then they go find the empty 32, so you have 2 chests. You have a full chest of your fish, and you have an empty chest of the other team's fish. And they just come over and they try to put a fish in there. And so they've got to stop, right, long enough to open the chest and transfer the fish, which means that they're going to be slightly vulnerable for a little while. That could be a super fun PvP mode. And, you know, friendly fire's on, so you have to know who your teammates are. So you might want to coordinate, you know, something, some piece of clothing or something that you all wear. Or maybe we could find a way. There's not really any dye that you could add. What's a way that you could distinguish certain teammates? Oops, I was doing that the wrong way. I really don't know. Come on, fishy. Darn. I mean, I guess you could use some of these cosmetics, but I don't know if there are enough cosmetics that we've all gotten for free that you would actually be able to make 3 whole teams that are extremely identifiable. You'd want them to be, you know, so identifiable that you just have to take a glimpse and you know, okay, that person's on my team. Like a color of something, you know? Oh no, I accidentally threw my fish away. Fat fingered the G. Darn it. What's another PvP mode we could do? So we've already got free-for-all, like basically fish Easter egg hunt. And maybe that's how I should describe it. Maybe people would be more interested if I described it as like a treasure hunt or an Easter egg hunt that had a PvP bent. I'm having a really hard time getting people interested in this tournament that I'm starting. It is not going well at all, and I don't know if it's because people don't understand what cross-server means. Ooh, there we go. I think maybe adding cross-server to my thumbnail is going to increase my click-through rate pretty significantly on the tournament video. So maybe we'll actually get some people coming in on the tournament. I really, really want to host tournaments here. It's too good. It's too much fun. It needs to happen. Oh, no more bait. Alright, it's build time. Today, we are building an arena. We are building that arena over on this big old flat spot. And I'm going to take some inspiration from Old Man in Recliner. About 2 days ago, I taught him about Eternaland, and you know how the PvP is no drop, and how it's cross-server, so you can bring people from anywhere in your region. So I play NA, so my PvP Eternaland is open. You can use the island code down in the description to access this Eternaland even right now, but even when I'm not here, you can still come. And PvP is turned on, weapons are turned on, you can craft. You'll have to go to your Eternaland to craft because you won't have permission to use my benches. But you can craft gear in Eternaland that never loses durability no matter how many times you die. The only thing is you can't calibrate it, but you can add mods and you can add attachments to it. That's the gear I'm wearing right now, is completely crafted here in Eternaland. And you can come and shoot people all you want here. But every Saturday at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, I'm going to start having weekly tournaments every Saturday. And there's a Discord also linked in the description if you want to sign up for those tournaments. And I'm going to be building the arena now that is going to serve as our tiebreaker arena. And so it's time to build that. I don't know if I want to make a flat bottom by using a bunch of... Words are hard. By using a bunch of foundation. Or if I just want to allow this semi-flat spot to serve as the bottom. The reason I would maybe not use foundations is you only get about 9,550 structures to build here in Eternaland, and I've already used half of mine building just the 2 biomes that I've built. And I'd still like to have maybe 4 or 5 more biomes, including this arena. And so I'm concerned that maybe I'm going to run out of structures and not be able to build all the things I want to build on this Eternaland. So I'm going to probably leave the foundations off. Or maybe I'll build it with foundations and then delete the foundations, because if it's all attached, then I can save the entire thing as a single structure, and then I can actually tear it down and rebuild it every time I need it. Ooh, that's a good idea. Okay, so I'm going to tear it down after I build it, so I am going to build it with foundations. So that's actually going to make it a lot easier to build too, just because I'll be able to raise the first foundation really high and just build the whole thing really high up off the ground. And then when I... Hey, thanks for the like. And then when I when I duplicate the structure, I can just lower the foundations to the right position. So I don't necessarily have to build it perfect as I build it here. So let's build this arena. Do these things cost different amounts? Okay, so those cost 250, those cost 100, those cost 250. So we're just going to build the floor and stuff out of wood. Just because there's no point in spending the extra astral sand. I mean, I have 2 million, but, you know, gotta keep as much as I can here. So how big should this arena be? I'm thinking pretty huge. In fact, I'm thinking so huge that it can't start right there. Gonna have to start way over here. Cosmetic has not been I don't want to use a cosmetic. Can I please just move? Okay, well I hit a wrong button at some point. I don't have any cosmetics unlocked. There we go. Okay. So I'm thinking like 20 by 20. Let's see, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you suck. Okay, let's go to the lowest point. Probably over here. And raise up a foundation as high as we can at the lowest point. Okay. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's pretty wide. 13, 14, oops, 15. This hill is going to be in my way, isn't it? Oh. I know how to do it. So, Eternal Land is super cheaty in that if you save something as a blueprint, so let's say this is going to be Arena. Once you save something as a blueprint, you can build it floating in the sky. Because support is not required in Eternal Land. So, now, I haven't tried attaching foundations to other foundations in the sky. So we're going to try that right now. And it looks like I cannot. Which is unfortunate. Because there is just nowhere that is flat enough, except maybe inside the cave. But I already built inside the cave, and I can't really tear that down. So, I guess we will just build ceilings. And put floors on those ceilings. Or put walls on those ceilings. So that they look sort of like foundations. And that will be what we push into the ground. Because once you save something as a blueprint, right, I've got this house blueprint, for example, and I can just come down here and I can slide this house blueprint as far down into the ground as I want. And now I can just make that little roof sticking out. You can't even go inside that house. And it's just there. Hopefully I didn't drive it far enough into the ground. I can't delete everything. It looks like I can, so you do have to be a little careful. I imagine you could get something so far down in the ground that you couldn't delete it. And that would be bad. But I think I got everything. I hope I got everything. We wouldn't want to be wasting structure limit on just having stuff buried in our Eternal Land like a dum-dum. But, yeah. So we'll just build this with ceilings for now. So this is 15 across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We want to do a square. I'm kind of partial to the idea of a square because I want this to be a free-for-all arena. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. I think that was correct. Okay. So I also wanted to build stands for this, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the stands separately, and I'm going to build them. I've already saved this 15 long foundation, so I'm actually going to just build the stands off of this, so when I ultimately save the arena blueprint, I'll save the stands as a separate blueprint, and then I can place the arena and then place the stands next to it, so that people can physically sit and watch. And I'm going to put furniture and stuff so that you can actually sit down and watch. And that's another thing that I actually need, is a way to turn on the ability to use structures inside of my Eternal Land without having to be friends with people. I absolutely want to have to be friends with you to be able to turn on building and free access, but I don't necessarily want to have to be friends with you for you to be able to access structures. Because right now for the tournaments, in order for people to participate, I'm actually going to have to invite them to be friends and then add them to the permissions lists manually for each one instead of just opening it up. Although that is going to give me the ability to turn off free access to the Eternal Land during tournament times. And people are going to... We're going to be able to just bring in the participants of the tournament, and nobody's going to be able to come in and like grief the tournament or anything like that, because we'll have everybody else's permissions turned off, except for the participants. I'm not worrying about the direction that these foundations are going, because most of them are going to get deleted. I'm just putting this here to create the connectivity I need to ultimately build the rest of the arena, and I'm going to build a couple of like 2-story structures. This is going to ultimately be sort of a speedball tournament area. It's going to function a little bit like the Gulag in Call of Duty, except it's going to be our tiebreaker arena. So in our tournaments, you gather fish from chests throughout the map in order to score points, and different rarity fish count for different numbers of points. And so if there's ever a tie for the top spot, no matter how many people tied, like if everybody tied, then we would just dump all of them into this arena and have a free-for-all last man standing wins. Last person standing wins. So you didn't explain this very well in my chat yesterday. Didn't explain what very well. Yeah, it's hard to explain through text because there's so much of it to explain. But what kind of questions do you have? When I was explaining Eternal Land... Oh, okay. Yeah, when I was explaining Eternaland, I would have just told you to go watch my YouTube video. But I don't want to be in your chat, um, like linking my videos and stuff. I'm very weary of doing anything that might promote my channel in somebody else's chat, because that doesn't seem nice. I didn't even know PvP was possible. Does that say PvP? There's like a heart icon in the way of my chat. Let me open something else up. Yeah, so PvP, and it's not even, there's no drops in the PvP. And if you make your equipment in Eternaland, it doesn't lose durability either. So for players who are primarily PvE players, Eternaland PvP is actually probably the best solution for PvP. But I do have a video. It's called How to Cross-Server PvP that explains pretty much everything about Eternaland PvP and how to do it. It goes through the settings and all that different stuff. But you could turn on PvP here in Eternaland, but turn off weapons. Or you could turn on PvP and turn off HP. So you could just shoot each other infinitely and nobody would ever die. I don't know if there's a way to like keep track of how much damage someone takes. But if there is a way to keep track of how much damage someone takes, you could kind of turn each other into target dummies. And nobody ever dies, but like the person who does the most damage at the end wins. So I don't know if there's an API, if we could create a third-party program where you could keep track of someone's damage output to players. And then, you know, have a tournament that lasts 20 minutes and the goal is just to do the most damage. And taking damage is sort of secondary. I don't know, there's all kinds of stuff. Yeah, no, Eternaland is literally... It came at such a late date in the beta testing, and so many people didn't really get to put it through its paces. And the dev studio didn't really put out a ton of information about it other than it's where all your resources go at the end of seasons. And it's this infinite buildable place. But I didn't even know you could PvP in it until a couple of days ago. And I was doing a live stream building the theme park Eternaland that I'm building. And it just sort of started dawning on me. I saw that it was possible to enable PvP. And like, you could see in real time, my brain went through all these steps of like, oh my goodness, you can do so much with this. And I mean, my mind just started to get blown. And that's when I started building this PvP island. And thinking about, you know, hosting tournaments and stuff. But it's crazy. It's real crazy. You can build food in here. Food never spoils. And everything you make in here is made with astral sand. So you can craft all of your equipment in here. It never loses durability, and you don't even need resources for it. You just use astral sand. And you make food with astral sand. It's really expensive. It's like 15,000 astral sand for a shattered bread. But you could make 100 shattered breads and stick them in a box in your Eternaland, and then you would just have shattered bread forever. And so when you unlock, I'm going to go back to the mainland here real quick because I want to show you. When you unlock memetics in season play, they stay unlocked permanently in Eternaland, even if you unequip those memetics in your season play. So and that includes if you have deviations that give you recipes, like these lightnings, like this fusion lighter, the space twisters, all of that stuff. I can craft all of these here in Eternaland for astral sand. And all of your food recipes, right? I found all the food recipes in my season play, and I imagine they're going to be putting out more food recipes. So you're going to want to play every season so that you can get the recipes from that season. But then in Eternaland, you'll be able to craft all of them. And so while the PvP in season play is going to be fun if you're in a warband, so that you can like own a frontier and defend that frontier, and you'll be limited to just the things available to you during that seasonal play, will be interesting. Ultimately, your PvP capabilities here in Eternal Land are drastically greater. And so I'm going to build this whole island out, and I've already built down here in this cave, which everybody has the same island. And so down here in this cave I used Tetris pieces and went through and made this crazy labyrinth of Tetris pieces inside of this dark cave. And so this is one of the PvP biomes. And then I made a forest with a couple of little houses in it. And it's a really thick, dense forest, so you've got lots of trees to hide behind and stuff like that. So people are going to be fighting in there. And now I'm building this arena, so I'm going to build, 4 or 5 different biomes across this map for people to fight in. And then every week I'm going to tear a biome down and totally rebuild it into something else. So that way the PvP experience on specifically my island is going to be changing every week. So the tournaments are going to be different every week. Even if we use the same rule set, because there's going to be new places that people haven't discovered, it's going to be a new experience. And so that's kind of the burden of players who play a lot more often. For the sake of more casual players, is, we have more time, we play more, we have more ability to build stuff, we have more resources to buy astral sand with to create all this stuff. And so our burden is to create these interesting islands so that everybody has more content to play. So I'm just trying to do my part in that. It all started because I found out that you could make a Jeep do a loop-de-loop, and I decided to build a theme park. There's a few things that I'm a little bit sad about when you go into your build menu and you go into fly. Unfortunately, all the rendering is done based on your character's location and not on your flight location. Yeah, I have a Discord. There's actually a Discord link here for the tournament Discord. So you're welcome to go to that link and join that Discord, and you can hit me up there if you'd like. But I pretty much exclusively use Discord to talk to people. I don't even have a phone. But yeah. So we're just going to build this arena today. And we already did our fishing so that we could fill up chests with fish. And see what we can make of it, Alright, I gotta check something here real quick. I am very concerned with my video on the first tournament, trying to invite people to the tournament. So I'm very focused on how it's doing. Because I need people to join the tournament. You can't have a tournament without people, so I need to be knowing what I need to do to fix that video. I don't see the link. Well, poo-poo. Edit. That's because it's not there. Because I'm a dum-dum. That's why you don't see the link. I've been telling people for hours now. There's a link in the Discord or in the description that hasn't been there. Save. Okay. Now the link is in the description. Oh, silly Billy. What a silly Billy. Alright. So this is our base platform. What interesting things can we put in here? We need to mirror all four. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually feel bad about it. That's part of the fun of live streaming, is that things can go wrong, and then you get to correct those mistakes in real time with the community. I mean, it's an enjoyable part of the experience. I think it's particularly enjoyable because, so many times you see videos and stuff on YouTube of really, really talented players or talented people doing whatever they're doing on YouTube, making these perfect experiences happen. And that's just not the reality of it. Even if you're a professional, 9 times out of 10, it's not perfect. Mistakes are always going to be made, which I think is why like live sports and stuff are so interesting, is because you're constantly seeing those mistakes happen. It's why I've always been a big theater kid. I've been doing musical theater since I was 10 years old. And, movies are great, and I love movies, but they're not nearly as interesting to me as live theater, and I certainly would never want to be in a movie. I would prefer to be in live theater, because every show I've ever done, at least one of the shows, something goes wrong, and somebody has to, quick act on their feet, do something. We've had sets fall apart, we've had people drop lines, we've had, just tons and tons of crazy stuff happens. And it's just such a much better experience, both as an actor and as audience, I think. And the same thing is true here. I mean, basically, we're just acting, so. Mistakes are part of it. So I want these to mirror on all four sides and then come to something interesting in the center. And I think actually I accidentally did this right, because if these are 15 on each side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, yeah, I think they're 15 on each side, so there should be a centerpiece. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this one right here should be the center. All right, perfect. Let's just make sure this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. All right, so that's the centerpiece. I want to make two levels high. And okay, yeah, absolutely. I usually stream at about this time, maybe a couple hours earlier, so you might have difficulty finding me on stream, but absolutely I will be available on Discord probably when you wake up. So, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I was actually a little nervous about it, because I don't have a voice that fits my like the way I look. I'm a big gnarly looking person. I got scruffy hair and I haven't trimmed my beard in a while, and then I've kind of got this high pitched voice, and so I'm a little self conscious about it. I appreciate that. Okay, so these are going to connect out here. And yeah, you too. And thanks for coming into the chat. I really appreciate it. It's fun to have some interaction and some interest. Really perks up my day. Let's see here. Bop, bop. Oh. Ba da da da. Da 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 da. I've been living for the weekend. No, not anymore. Here comes that familiar feeling. Friday's screaming for. I've been looking for some action, and it's out there somewhere. You can feel the electricity all in the evening air. Or it may just be more of the same. Sometimes you gotta go where everyone knows your name. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna make this a four-way mirror, and I was just gonna mirror the edges, but I think I'm gonna mirror the entire arena because I think that'll be fun. And also, when you mirror things, you significantly reduce the creative load, because I just have to come up with one interesting side, and then I have four interesting sides. And that is a bonus to me, because my creative bandwidth is fairly limited when it comes to building these things. I'm only going to get so much quality stuff done in a day before everything just kind of starts to go to poo. Anybody ever watch Doug when they were kids? Alright, let's build some walls. Building walls. Building walls. Building walls. Wait a minute. Oh, that's what's wrong. I've done lost me marbles. But I'm just gonna let something brand new happen to me. It's alright. Oh, I jacked it up. Gonna make an arena. Do I want to put a second level in here, or no? Hmm. So let's see. We want to make something really interesting in the middle. And then maybe something all the way out in these corners, because right now these corners are kind of dead space. So maybe something right here in these little 4 spots, or even all the way out to a 3x3. And then we'll make a cool thing in the center here that comes out to a total of like a 5x5. And then that'll leave some space in between each of these areas, and something can go in here. I think I like it. I like it a lot. The great thing about an arena is that, you know, you're really just framing something up. You're not making gosh, words are hard. You're not making a structure that is supposed to look like a structure. You know, if you've ever played paintball, everything is just framing. And so that's kind of what I'm doing here. Just framing out structure. I get all of these proper... Oh, I knew there was something I messed up. Oop. Oop. Good to go. Then I don't know if I want to close off these angles or not. I think I'll just leave them open. And honestly, let's put a ceiling and a window and a staircase. Let's get that dimensionality. Might as well have 2 places. to shoot from. Why do you hate me? Ladder. Go in the spot I want. That's good enough, I guess. Oh no. Can't go past that ladder. So I need to use... Perm. Guess we're not doing that. Guess I could extend these out one. Don't know if I want to, though. There's not a ton of play space here. You know, honestly, I shouldn't even be making this arena. We should use the labyrinth as the arena. That's just better. Yeah. But we still need to make an arena. What am I talking about? Arenas are fun. This can always be a floating arena, too. Ooh, it can be a floating arena. We can just put a teleport point up here, and people could just teleport up here and fight. They could just float in the sky. Doesn't have to take up any ground real estate at all. Good golly gosh. Oh, that's something else we have to consider is people using things like spring legs. Spring legs with double jumps. You'll be able to get easily all the way up to a second story. Oh, so this arena might have to go higher than 2 stories. Might need to go as high as 3 stories. In fact, I think these corner pieces might need to go 3 or 4 stories up and then extend out into the middle also. And then this 5x5 is going to need to have perm. It's a very interesting set of problems here. Okay, well, let's just build a side. Right? Because that's the most important. We do want some alleyways that go sort of all the way across. But we have to be careful about those alleyways because they also create cross-shooting from these other sides. We also may want to end up creating multiple arenas that we can save and plunk down. Because, for example, if we had 3 people in here, then one person would kind of be sandwiched between 2 people, and the other 2 people would have a lot more space to roam free in. So we may want to make a triangle arena as well. And honestly, ultimately just make every size arena up to, say, 6. And then, 2 people can use any even-sized arena. So that doesn't matter, because you can always start at opposite sides. Actually, if we made a 5-sided and a 6-sided arena, then we could do any odd or even number up to 5 and 6. right? That's interesting. So I probably should tear this apart and make a 5-sided and 6-sided arena. Hmm. Arenas are hard. I was not prepared for that difficulty. And I got an email I gotta check here real quick. I think that might be a phishing email. Not gonna scam me. For those of you who don't know, if you get an email that links you to the login page for an account for anything, do not follow the link from the email to go to the login page. Open up your web browser, go to the login page through your search or through your favorites or whatever. Manually go to that login page to log into your account, because a lot of scam emails ask you to go log into something and they give you a link and you follow that link and you go to log in and it actually took you to a site that is not the login site for the service that you use, and they take your password details and then they go steal your accounts. So especially if it's like your online banking, don't do that. Go to the site manually. Protect yourself. Okay, having a hard time here. I don't know exactly what to do. So far I think that this will be fine, but I can't see the rest of it in my mind. And that's very much how I create things. I have a really good visual imagination, and so I can see everything in color, and I have really good spatial awareness, and so I can see how things fit together. But because of that, I'm very reliant on being able to imagine something before putting it into practice. I can't um, I can't just start doing it and work on it as I go. I sort of have to see the entire thing in my brain before I can figure out where things are going. And so I've never built an arena like this before, and so I don't have a frame of reference for, options of things that I can do. I've played arenas like this before, and thinking back on them now, I can kind of see some stuff that can go on, but I need to sift through that information mentally and start considering what elements to add. For example, I want to build, I think, a tower in these corners. And I think, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 high. I think 4 high is probably a decent limit for the overall height limit of our arena. Um, honestly should go watch that other YouTube channel, Old Man and Recliner. Draw some inspiration from him. His arena was extremely dynamic, and I'm fairly jealous. Okay. Don't... no, 4 towers is fine. Right, these towers can go... Oh no, I was going to make this 3x3, and I made it 2x2. Like a klutz. Do I want it to be 3x3? Maybe the lower levels can be 3x3, and the higher levels will be 2. I like that. So we'll take 1, 2... Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we'll put second level here. That will be where we're at. Pop, 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 pop. And then we'll put something inside of there, right? We don't just want this big empty cavity. Unless we want to make it impossible to go inside. For this to be an only on top of outside thing. Or maybe you can't go inside the lower level. But that seems silly and awkward. What do we got? What do we got? So we got big old towers. We need access. So access. Right? And then no, and then creating this whole second level. And then the top level, which will be the 5th or the 4th level, will not allow you to access it unless you come up to this second level and out to one of these. How can we adjust this? You stop it. No. No, 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 no. Where's the kaboom? There's supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. That's not gonna be right. Well, I mean, that's sort of right. But also, no. How do we make this ramp? Don't like any of the ramp options. put that there, and then put a ceiling here. So you come up to that, then put something else. Actually, I can get behind that. So it's sort of semi-protected. So once you come up, you could you know, sort of have sniper wars or something across, and you could use this to back up, to lower yourself off. Maybe. Maybe. And we just put... seriously just winging it here, so... if anybody sees that I've made some horrible glaring mistake, pipe up, let me know. I can take the criticism, it'll be okay. Now, do I want to make both sides like that? No. First off, because for some reason you can't. Because there's no reverse. There's no mirror image of this. Which presents an interesting... That's very interesting. Because there's no mirror image, the mechanics of putting this up are completely different when they're done here. Because I can... oh, come on, you did it just a second ago. Snapping in this game is virtually impossible. So it's a little awkward. You'd have to jump up there to get to it. But it's completely out in the open that way. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like either of these. Darn it. What to do, what to do. I don't want you to be able to get up to the topmost level. I don't want the topmost level to be connected, right? I want you to have to come down, if you want to get from the topmost level here to the topmost level on the far side, I want you to have to come down to this middle level and cross. Because I want you to force yourself out into the open to make that movement. And I also want to keep the second level sort of out in the open, right? I'm not going to put any walls up or anything outside of these. So if you move across, you're in the open. And then we'll cover up a lot of the area on the first level. And so sort of as you get higher and higher, you're more and more out in the open. But you get more and more vision and information on the other levels. So I definitely don't want you to be able to hide in the stairs. So if we're gonna have stairs, they need to be outside where you can get shot at. but I don't like the way these stairs wrap. But there is no hang on, here we go. Oh, darn it. Because there is no mirror image of these, there's the potential that wraps around up to that level again, and we don't want that. Although we could maybe do that wrap around here. Now wrapping to that level isn't so bad. Right? Because it's kind of right out there in the front. Tear that wall down. So we put this, whoops, this wall, and we got to put a ceiling first. Put in the ceiling. Put in the walls. Right? So it comes out in the front. There's maneuver space here. And then we're going to get just a regular stair. Takes us right up there. And then we're going to close off. So you can't get under the stair. Oh. Okay. So you got to come out into the open, wrap around and come up, and then you're just standing up here. Which could be great, but also could be really, really bad. And then we're going to put something up in the middle. Okay. It's not terrible. It's not phenomenal. It's not terrible. Now I do want to put some windows down in the bottom here. And then I actually want to do stuff and things inside. Number one, we want to put a flippin' light. And then I kind of actually like how this is going. I want to put some sort of like broken structures in here. So they're not all connected. But like this maybe. So you've got some different height kind of things that can go on. So if you're in here, you could like jump up and hide. And then from in here, you'll have extremely limited options. But maybe the ability to shoot out just a little bit. Oh, it's the light that's stopping that. Okay. No! Don't send me back! So we're gonna get another ceiling right here. Relocate this light right about here. There's enough natural light coming in these windows. Oh my goodness. I need to take myself closer anyway. Back into the building mode. Okay. So, here we are. Get a little inside. It's a little dark in here, which is kind of nice. Got some places you can jump up to. Do we want to put some windows so you can't stand directly next to a window? So if you're going to shoot out of it, you're going to have to be kind of at a funky angle. I don't want you to be able to be in this much cover and shoot really well. I want you to have to peek weird angles and stand in funny places and stuff like that, because otherwise there would be no reason in coming out. People would just camp those spots. So you need to have very limited vision if you're going to be standing completely enclosed like this from every angle. In fact, this one is too good. So we're going to move this again. Stick that up there for a minute. And I think I'm going to put this here and then move this window. Move this here, this. So neither of those windows are coming into... now they look straight down those paths, which would just be awful. I guess having to switch between them, though, to see both paths isn't terrible. That kind of works. Honestly, I'm gonna have to get some people who are better than me at PvP to come and fight each other in here and kind of give me an idea of maybe some of the mistakes that I've made. Just point out, like, hey, this is stupid. Hey, this is stupid. I wish that I could copy this and just paste it on the other side. But you actually can't, because you can't combine things by copying structures. You can't put a copied structure attached to another structure. So that creates a little bit of difficulty there. But I'm okay with it. I'm liking the build. Taking a look here. Wow. Is it seriously almost 5 o'clock? Darn. I've been having so much fun today. We've had so many people in the chat today. It's been awesome. Who knew that harassing other streamers in their streams would ultimately result in more activity in my stream? Okay, so we've got an interesting structure there. We duplicate that structure. There's still a lot of empty space, so there's still plenty of building to do here. I was a little concerned that making such a big, the 3x3 would just suck up all the space. And it does cut off some of the sight lines between these. So I may actually cut this totally off. But also it kind of creates this starting security. Because you're in here. I mean, I guess you can kind of... Yeah, I don't know. I'm also going to come out right? 2 and 2. So I'll be out all the way here. So there'll only be one space in between. So maybe I will cut this wall out. Oops. Blow this wall up here. Blow that up there. Then we place new walls. Here and here. And here. Then you open up half of that. So you'll ultimately have this cut off. But you'll have a whole space and a half to 2 spaces worth of movement room in there. I don't know if I want to make that big. Maybe we'll do just a 3x3 here too. Is it a 4x4? 3x3, okay. So if we just make it a 3x3 here, then we get a lot more wiggle room in the middle here, and we can build something that's maybe like 2x4 in the center. We could even cut this out and turn it into a half, right? Like do a half here, a full one here, a half here, and build it. And I would just want it to be a low, like 1-story something in here on each side. Maybe do 2 wide and 4 long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 long. It's going to be a very sort of linear. There's nothing really maze-like about the construction of this, but I think that's okay. We'll take this centerpiece up. I don't know what I want to do with the inside of this center area. Maybe just make a bunch of doors so people can run in from all kinds of different sides. I'm also thinking to make this top bit a 2x2 and to force people out to the edge of this. If we make all of these halves and do that same 1.5 on each side, that'll mean that there's only a half a space on this top ledge to stand on. So you'll be forced to stand all the way out on the edge. You don't want people to be above with too much security. Security comes from the fact that people don't typically look up. And so then, when you build your wall, stupid. Okay. Now I'm angry. Nope. There we go. Now we build our walls up, and you've got that real small ledge to stand on. Oh. Boop, boop a doop. Boop a doop a doop. Hello. Pip 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 pip. Okay. My structure is extraordinarily rudimentary, but I'm okay with it. I think since it looked like everybody's left for the moment, we've been at this for about 4 hours. I could use a little snack. I'm gonna get some food, use the bathroom. Uh, I will keep my headset on, which doesn't really do you all any good because you can't talk to me through my headset. So I don't know why I was saying that. But as I'm going through some of this stuff, like making my food specifically, I will maybe continue chit-chatting. Because I like chit-chat. Now and then I think of when we were together. When you said you were so happy you could die. Felt so lonely in your company. That was then and it's an ache I still remember. Wow. You didn't have to cut me out. Have your friends collect your records and then change your number. I don't even need your love. You treat me like a stranger and it feels so rough. Sorry, I wasn't really talking while I was making food, because my brother has his door open more than normal, and I didn't want to make too much noise while he was sleeping. Because that's not nice. Not nice at all. But I was still thinking about this here project. We're just going to talk a little bit while I mow down on my tasty little treat here. In case you've never been to one of my streams before, at about the 4-hour mark, I love peanut butter and honey on a corn tortilla. I think it's probably the greatest snack on earth, and it keeps me motivated to stream every day. So I've made myself a little rule that says if I don't stream, then I don't get to eat peanut butter and honey on a corn tortilla. And since I am a millennial, and all of us millennials are absolutely addicted to sugar, because for a very large portion of our childhoods and young adult lives, nobody told us that sugar is like the most addictive substance on earth. And so while I have mostly managed to cut out soft drinks and things like that, my body still craves sugar pretty hard. So I've started having a little peanut butter and honey on a corn tortilla in the mornings, and my general addiction to sugar sort of makes me addicted to streaming, because I know it's the only way I'm allowed to have that particular little food. You know, just using my own messed up psychology against myself for my own benefit. So as we consider continuing this build and what we need to do for it, we need to really do something interesting with this middle piece. Stairways all inside that lead up to the second level. Maybe a column right in the middle, like a pillar that blocks fire across, so that people will be kind of strafing around the top and the bottoms, trying to get an angle and trying to hide in that cover. That'll be really good. I really want to express some gratitude here too. I put out a video called How to Find the PvP Death Maze right after I put out the Death Maze on the PvP server. And it's been getting a really great click-through rate and pretty decent view duration. So just thank you very much to everybody who has viewed that video, especially my subscribers. I cannot express enough, and I'm going to probably do this literally every single time I stream, because you all are so valuable to me in helping me grow this channel, and hopefully grow these tournaments and stuff, but I cannot express enough my gratitude for how much my subscriber base is supporting my channel. Every time I put out a video, even the really bad ones, they go in and they watch the whole video, and they really bump up that average viewer time, or average view time. They really bump up those viewership numbers, and they really help my early analytics so that YouTube continues to push my content out to more people. And I 100% believe that the luck that I got with some of my early adopters is very much the reason that some of my videos have done so extraordinarily well in this first couple of weeks of streaming and putting out content. So I am infinitely grateful to all of you for that. I am wondering a little bit though. I have gone down the rabbit hole a little bit on, how to grow a stream, and a lot of the stuff that I've seen is just that streaming itself is significantly better on Twitch. The numbers that you're going to need to hit to be able to get monetized on Twitch are quite a bit lower. And so I think I could hit those numbers a little easier. I think most of the growth of this YouTube channel has been on the back of the long-form video content, and actually the shorts too have been pretty good. The videos that I do of like the roller coasters and the rides and stuff have been working out pretty well. But you know, my streams are interesting and people come say hi, and maybe I should multi-stream. I don't really know, but I think I am doing myself a pretty significant disservice by just completely ignoring Twitch as an option, and I do that because I don't really like them. Not that I'm like super fond of YouTube or anything like that, but I think I may just need to put aside my general distaste and go ahead and stream over there, at the very least multi-stream, maybe completely make the switch with my streaming, and then just make long-form content here. I don't know. What do you all think? Anybody even here? No. Maybe that'll be something I start tomorrow. Twitch is just a platform that everybody goes to specifically to watch streamers stream. I also think that Twitch is a place where streaming requires a camera, though, and I'm not really sure I'm comfortable with camming my stream. Just doesn't seem like something I want to do. Maybe comfortable isn't the right word, because it's not a discomfort thing, it's just like I prefer not to have my face in the way of the gameplay. I am much more interested in being just the driver of the content. Through voice, I think I speak well enough that I can carry the stream on voice alone. So it's kind of like a radio channel. I don't know, though. I mean, ultimately, if I'm going to do this and try and make it a full-time gig, I need to just be willing to do whatever it is that's going to make the stream most successful monetarily. Because that just makes the most sense. Why do something, especially if it's not going to affect the content or my enjoyment? I suppose if being on screen drastically affected my enjoyment of streaming, then there would be a reason not to do it. But if it doesn't, then there isn't, and I don't think it would. I think I would still very much enjoy this. I just really enjoy streaming. I've been having a lot of fun. My mood has significantly improved over the past 2 weeks. Just being here, talking, playing games, having people to interact with. It's just a lot of fun. We've had a remarkable number of viewers today. Holy cow. Hey, It's incredible. Alright, and then let's go inside here and see what I did. Because I want to duplicate it. So one there, and then the corners. Okay. Okay. One all the way in the back. One in that corner. Right? No. Go against that wall. And then straight back into that corner. Oh, this was getting in my way of making me see stuff. Okay. Oop. And then the corners. And a light. So turn it off. Like a light switch. It goes click. Turn it off. I kind of like how this is coming together. When I first started building it, I really didn't think I was going to be able to pull it off. And maybe some of you still think I'm not pulling it off. I think I'm pulling it off. I'm enjoying the heck out of it. Boop. Hey, I remembered. What's up? Do you want my love? Do you want my love? Something else that I now want to consider doing is building arena pieces and creating arenas on the fly, because we have all of this stuff here, and I can duplicate just this arena exactly as it stands. But if I just copied these towers, and maybe just copied this central tower, or just copied the central tower attached to these side towers, then I might be able to copy just some pieces and then build arenas that are bigger, smaller, have different structures, and then, you know, a couple of quick little ceilings to connect some things, and bam, we're done. We could have a really interesting, nice structure. I don't know. Just something I'm thinking of. I'm gonna have to go back and correct all of these walls, and I don't know if I want just the wood facing out, or probably just want the wood facing out. I like the way that wood looks instead of the orange. Orangey. The trouble with schools is they always try to teach the wrong lesson. Believe me, I've been kicked out of enough of them to know. want you to become less callow, less shallow. But I say, why invite stressing? Stop studying strife and learn to live the unexamined life. I do love me some good old-fashioned musicals. Hello. I see you, person. How are you today? Promise you don't have to talk if you don't want to. I'm gonna sit here narrating the thoughts going through my brain. And you can share in my addled insanity. La-da-dee. La-da-dee. If I were a rich man. All day long I'd pity pity pum. That one went up way faster, holy cow. I wouldn't have to work hard. I'm really gonna have to probably train myself not to sing on stream. But I don't care. I don't think the little brief moments of me singing songs that I've learned throughout my time performing should really cause an issue. And if it does, well, poo-poo on them. I just realized I don't know how I'm gonna get people up to the top of this here. Maybe you'll just have to jump. You'll have to have a spring legs, and if you didn't bring one, then that's what you get. I'd do anything for you, dear. Anything. Hum diddly dum dum. Just doing some mirroring right now, replicating these structures in all the corners. Then I'm going to decide on something to put in between right here on all four sides on the lower level. And I think we're going to call that good once I get that last structure put in here and duplicated. And this is going to be our tiebreaker arena, at least for the time being. I realized as I started this that if I built a 5-sided arena and a 6-sided arena, then we could handle free-for-alls for any number of people all the way from 2 up to 6, because you could put all the odd numbers on the 5-sided and all of the even numbers on the 6-sided and get everybody spread out equally. So I'm going to have to ultimately build a 5- and 6-sided arena for that. And this will be just how we deal with tiebreakers in the tournaments. Which brings up the point of I'm hosting tournaments starting next Saturday, the 10th of August, every single week on Saturday. Right now we're going to be capping the participants at 16, although we may not make it to 16 for the first few weeks because I am a very new streamer and I do not necessarily have a huge following. And it also has to be an NA following, a North American following, because that's the server I play on, and you can't bring people to your islands cross-server. So we will be required to have all NA participants. Now that does not mean that you can't just make a character if you don't normally play on North American servers. You can just make a character on NA. If you play a whole lot, you could probably get them all maxed out and good to go. And then I would be happy to have you. You will be playing at a disadvantage with some lag. But, I mean, if your heart's in it, then your heart's in it. Do it up. I certainly would not bar you from competing. Unless you break the rules. And then I'll lay that man hammer down. Okay. Now we just gotta duplicate the inside here. Which brings us... this wall. Right in the middle. All the way in the corner. And... double it up. And... furniture. Light. Booyah. Alright. Now, what are we thinking for in here? I think I want to put halves. Gosh darn it. For anybody who doesn't know, when you build an Eternal Land, support is not required for your structures. So you can actually float structures. And especially if you have blueprints, your house blueprints, you can just grab them and just float them in the sky. So I usually start a little bit of a build, and then I take it up into the sky, and then I build it in the sky, because not only can you float them in the sky, you can also take and bury them as much as you want in the ground. So all of these things that I'm building here can be put on really, really uneven terrain and still be made to be serviceable. I am going to have to put something below these structures, and I think I'm going to have to keep this flat. Actually, I'm going to keep the entire flat thing. When we use this island, I'm actually probably going to float it in the sky when we use it. And so I'm just going to put a giant wall around the outside. Or maybe I won't put a giant wall around the outside, and if you run off the edge, you die. I like it. I'm leaving it. Hey, thanks for the like. But, yeah. So we're just building. So what I think I'm going to do here is we're actually going to take... We just want to do 2 by 3. I think we just want to do 2 by 3. So we're going to take these out. And instead of putting in full ones, we're going to put in halves. And that way, actually... Nope. Me so dumb. Okay, so we're going to put in halves. And then, in order to do what I want, I actually think I have to take out these also. And then put full ceilings next to these halves, because that'll create a snap point that'll allow me to put walls along this seam. Because if I only have halves, then the walls get really hard to place. And then I will just put these halves in here. Something I need to check, actually, that I haven't been checking. I need to see if I'm even going to be able to... Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Oh my goodness, I'm so dumb. I can't save this whole thing. And you can't do a save all. Or can you? No, is this working? Does it just save what's in your view? Or is it... Oh, it probably has to do with what Old Man in Recliner was talking about, where it saves... Well, let's just try this. Get it saved. And then we'll place it and see what we're missing here. So we do lose a little bit. But was that the same? Did we ultimately lose the same thing we would have lost saving it this other way? No. Or I wish that you could, like, hold shift and, like, add things to the save. You know what I mean? Gosh darn it. Well, I'm in a world of hurt now. In a world of hurt. What to do, what to do. Now I wish this was higher in the sky. Because as it stands, it's not really something I can leave. I have to tear the whole thing down. And either I have to go build it way up in the sky, or out over the ocean somewhere. I guess I could just put it out over the ocean. And I could just use this. I can replicate quite a bit of what it's lost fairly quickly. And then I'll just have to leave it out there. But I don't want that. Fudge knocker. Well, time to start tearing. So, we need to find out where the building zones are in this area, because it affects what can be powered by what, and it affects what you can save all on, which is incredibly important. And I think the best way to figure that out is probably going to be to go to my seasonal play and create a new space and build a wall all the way around the outside, or just a foundational line all the way around the outside, and then bring it back here and see if it only lets me place it if I place it within a single build space. You know what I mean? Or maybe just mark out the corners. Ooh, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mark out the corners. And that'll be how I try and identify those build spaces. If it works, we'll see. What a mess. Tearing everything down, tearing everything down. Tearing it all to the ground. Oh boy. What a disappointment. So I guess I have two options. I'm going to have to tear this other one down anyway, because if I build off of that one, I want to build it somewhere where you just won't be able to access it unless you teleport to it, which will be probably out over the ocean. And if I can't, the other option is to try and build the entire thing off of foundations. So I have to find a place where I can build 15 by 15 foundations without going under the ground, which is a really huge flat spot, and I don't think I have any huge flat spots like that available, because I've already started building some of the other biomes and stuff. So I may not be able to do that. But then I could, just float the foundations and build the whole thing off of foundational support. And I think that would be okay. I think I could get it built that way and then save the whole thing as a single project. But I need that 15 by 15 base. I don't really know. There's a little bit of confusion about what exactly is and is not possible in building an Eternal Land, because the game doesn't really tell you. So, I don't know. I guess you just have to run some tests. See what we can figure out. Maybe watch Old Man and Recliner's video and see if he figured it out yesterday. I feel so sad tearing all of that work down. Should be fairly easy to duplicate though. So let's see if there's anywhere that has a 15 by 15 flat spot. I thought this was going to be big enough and it just wasn't. Doesn't look like there's enough flat out here either. Let's teleport back to the mainland. Let's go see about the big island over there. Oh, not that one. That's my underground labyrinth. Super creepy. If you use the island code down in the description, you can come here and PvP in there. There's my lighthouse. I'm very proud of my lighthouse. All kinds of fun little builds getting made out here. Got a little tower over here. This whole thing's got to get knocked down and redone. This was just a super temporary, like, proof of concept kind of thing. Maybe I can make it from over here. Probably not. Gonna have to go down here. Alright. Fly, 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 fly. Oop. Now show me a big old flat spot. Come on. Come on. Might be possible if I start down kind of low to go through the valley and up the other side for 20. But I'll have to find the highest spot here, which I think is about right here. Let's see. Bring this all the way down. 1. Sorry, it was only 15. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now we gotta go 8 in the other way. So that's the middle. 1, 2, 15 isn't quite as long as I thought it was, though. So maybe we can start down lower. And it'll work. So maybe if we start down like right here. We'll just go across first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12, 13 for now. No, I started at about the right place last time. Not long enough for my needs. Shoot. The only place to do this might be in the cave. And I am not destroying my cave labyrinth. It is not happening. Not now, not ever. What do we got going on? Where am I? I also already built a big old forest over here. What's this over here? What the heck? Oh, I ended up inside. Oh, that's funny. That's gonna get some people. I'm leaving that. That's happening. Good times. Good times. Exit the labyrinth. And that's the big island. Want to go over here. Swim, swim, swim. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. I don't think we're going to be able to do it here. It's pretty obvious. That's not long enough. Okay, I got one more thing I want to try. So, we're going to build a short one. Just 1, 2, 3, 4. Then, we're going to save it. So, we get the house blueprint, add blueprint, save single build, save this. Now we turn it into a blueprint, then we push it into the wall. So it's 4 long right now. 1, 2, 3. So it should be 7 long now. And if we house blueprint, add blueprint, save single building, click this, and then save it, let's see if it stays 7 long. And it does. Nope. Yep. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it stays 7 long. So if I manipulate it as I go, adding and moving, I should be able to construct the entire floor. Oof, that's going to be obnoxious though. And I can't pick that up, so I might end up accidentally pushing too much of it into... Okay, I have one last thing I want to try. So, under the water, there's a pretty strict limit to how far down you can go and build. But if you have a blueprint saved, you can build that blueprint all the way down here without... No, maybe you can't. You could before, I have. That's strange. I wonder why it's not letting me do it this time. Did they correct something that... Or maybe it's because last time I did it with something that had no foundations. I created it all on ceilings. That's probably why. Okay. Well, in that case, let's find a higher part underwater. I think I know of a spot. This is why I love building so much, is, you know, they create the mechanics of creating structures, but it's always done with a fairly narrow concept of what people are going to be creating in mind, because the creativity of the developer is in making the mechanic work, and the creativity of the player is in making stuff with that mechanic. And so we start from the baseline of what they created and get imaginative from there, and they start from the baseline of nothing and get imaginative from there. And so we tend to break a lot of the mechanics that developers make because we're not having to start from a baseline of no mechanic existing. And so that's why building mechanics are so interesting, is because there's so much you can do with them, and there's so much that the devs couldn't have possibly thought of. And a lot of times, you know, you're not breaking the game and things aren't being, you know, abused, but there are ways to get things done that the devs didn't allot for that allow you to make some really interesting structures and do some really cool stuff. So I just really love playing with building mechanics. Okay, can we find a nice flat spot under here? Can I build this low? No. Too low. Okay, and that's not flat enough. Go over here. We're gonna find a spot. I am building a 15 by 15 base. Come hell or high water. Okay. What about down under here? Let me out. You have no right to shut me in. Now, this falls off pretty quick, pretty deep. Not gonna be able to build there. Okay. Let's keep looking. It's all about exploration. I wonder if you put a crop plot under the water, what happens? Hang on. Just had an idea. Interesting. because crops are usually pretty ugly. Just because you have to go out of your way to like light them and stuff like that. So they tend to be like really boxy structures and not really aesthetically pleasing. Okay, what about inside this bay area over here? First we're gonna look... Oops. First we're gonna look down here. Definitely not big and flat enough. Could have sworn I've seen some really big flat spaces under the water. Here's actually a big flat space. This might be big enough over here. That's pretty good. And it does, I mean, it does come off pretty deep eventually. I might be able to come over here. Let's see what I can do from the top of this little hill. Well, from the top of this hill. This is kind of the high point. Okay. Here we go. So let's get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Then can we go this other way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No! So I need to angle it. Or push it back up here further. If I come like all the way up to this rock and angle it out towards that rock, I might be able to get enough. So let's come build. I want to build at the lowest possible point I can here. So I'm going to build like right here where the water tries to come in. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now we're underwater, so we need to go underwater so we can see. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, we are 1 short. Can we go 15 up this way? Because I don't mind using that other trick. It will be 2 short there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we're needing to go 2 more this way. 1, 2. Man, we're almost getting it. Gosh darn it. Okay. So we're 14 long all the way across. We just need one more tacked on the end. Heck, it might just be this corner that needs one. Man, we almost got that. Oh, we're missing a couple in here too. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 missing. That ain't half bad. Let's fill up the entire inside because I don't want to have to put this back down to where I can fill it up. So we're going to fill up the whole interior. Fly, fly, fly. So ultimately the important thing is things have to have support and be connected in order to save them as an entire structure. So something that I did wrong on the last build was I started deleting stuff. And you really just can't do that. So I'm building this foundation, and if you don't have support, then it all kind of falls apart. And I'm just trying to alleviate that. So that I can build my enormous 15 by 15 arena, so that we can have Coliseum matches, so that people can watch from the stands, because I'm going to build stands with a bunch of like couches and stuff, with like nothing but box seating, so everybody feels like they're the emperor. None of this stadium seating garbage. I know that I should make the ground all go in one direction, but that's just too much effort. I did it when I built my roller coaster, and it was so obnoxious. It made everything so much slower. This is fine. Okay. So now, since we can't put anything in the slots that are left, we save this structure. We delete all of these structures. You can only have a few structures saved at a time. And house blueprint, add blueprint, save single building. Grab the entire thing. Why is there one in the middle? Okay. So that's just like the one we're on when we go up. Looks like it got the whole job. F. Arena base. Save it up. And now we're not going to build it right this moment. We have to delete the one we have because we're going to use this space. We're going to build across because we get a lot of extra room here and it doesn't matter if things are underneath the ground. We're going to build across this and stretch it out over here so that we can then put these last little pieces in. And then save it again and delete this one that we just saved. And then we'll have a 15 by 15 foundational base that we can take up into the sky and build on and then save off of. And because the foundational support is there, everything else doesn't have to be connected in order to be able to be saved. At least I don't think it should. But the way I'm going to test that is I'm going to build just some quick stuff. I'm just going to slap a bunch of things down, connect them, destroy a couple of things, build some weird stuff real quick, and see if I can still save the entire piece. And if not, then I'll just have to be more careful as I do it. Let's get this thing in here. Alright, we got our arena base, house blueprint. Give me that. Sweet, sweet lovin'. Let's raise it up so I can see it above the water a little bit better. And let's raise me up so I can see what side needs. Okay, well, we'll spin it around. There we go, that's the side. Okay, so let's bring it back down. Bring it this way. Actually, let's go this way. I should be able to get rid of everything that's in there. And I think it's close enough. Now I should just be able to build structures on it. One foundation. Two foundation. Okay, now let's count it off just to make sure. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, this is 16. Okay. Whoops. Let's not get too hectic with it. Okay, then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. So I didn't even need to go through all of that effort because I accidentally made these one too big. What a clown fiesta. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Fan-friggin-tastic. Add blueprint. Save single. Boom. Saving it. Arena. Base. 15 x 15. Save it. Got it. This one. Delete it. Okay. Delete everything. Okay. Building an arena. So now that we have our 15 by 15 base, we can float it in the sky and build in the sky. You can do this with anything that you're going to have in Eternaland, but you'll see that the blueprints you save in Eternaland are exclusive to Eternaland. And the reason for that is that Eternaland has no support building. So if you don't support something, you can still build it, but you can't do that in normal seasonal play. So they don't want you trying to build things in seasonal that shouldn't work, and allowing you to do that by copying and pasting in Eternaland. But now that we have this, we can take our arena base all the way up here. And our little dude stays down there. And now I just want to try some things before I really get into the build like I did before. Just build some stuff. If, for example, I get some ceilings, whoops, I place some ceilings, and then, you know, those ceilings connected here, so I delete that. Is that going to do something wrong? If I build super duper high up here, and then, you know, how many ceilings can I come off? As long as everything stays attached, am I good? I definitely know that I can't, like, detach this and then copy it, but if I detach it and put 2 half walls to reattach it, am I good? Or do I need to destroy everything that was detached first? Let's try. So we get our house blueprint, we save single, we click OK. So it's still saved. That is what was happening, I think, when I was detaching things on the other build, because they were attached ultimately to just ceilings floating in the sky. Once I detached something, I think it stayed permanently detached because there was no foundation. I'm not entirely positive that was the problem. I'm not 100% on how all of this works. Oh, look. This piece isn't... Oh, yeah, it is. No, it isn't. Oh, a bunch of things aren't. What's going on? Okay, because I tried to save it, and then... Oh my goodness, what did I do? Add blueprint, save single building, and then cancel. Okay. Let's save single building and see. Okay, all those pieces are fine. Okay. Silly me. Let's actually... I also want to try with the ceilings, so let's detach a ceiling and reattach it. Just like that right there. And then try. If I do house blueprint, add blueprint, save single, come from up here, boom, okay, it wants to save everything. That is really, really good. Okay. What if we save all? It's saving all that way too. I must be within a single building area. That's interesting. I really don't understand how it all works. That's certainly something that will have more consideration put into it. So we want to take the midpoint, right? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That should be the middle right there. Put some walls around it just so I can mark it. Right, and then let's just make sure we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're right in the middle there. So then we're going to do just like we did before. Coming one off of here. We're going to go up 2. I come across right here. Cross 2. Hit it. Hit it. Okay. I'll do the same thing right here. Up, across 2. Cross 2. Up 1. Hit it. Alright. Back to this one. Up 2. Cross 2. Hit the side. Cross 2. Hit the side. Up 2. Cross 2. Side. Cross 2. Side. Okay. Then we're going to get some ceilings. We already had ceiling. Bam. Bam. Oops. Bam. 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 We actually had ceilings that went all the way into the middle here. We haven't built up. That's okay. Bam. 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 Having already built all of this once, this should be fairly quick to replicate. I have a pretty good visual memory for stuff like this. Okay. I'll build 2 walls here in the center. 4 walls, not 2 walls. And then we need some stairs. Some stairs going up from each side. Usually a trick with the stairs is if you come from above, the down angle is much easier to hit. Something that I've discovered, forgotten, and rediscovered like 1,000 times in my building efforts. Okay. And then we had windows. We'll just replace these with windows. Last time, the windows were on the outside. Whatever, I like this better. I'm lying to myself. I don't actually like it better. Okay. We'll get rid of these extras. Now, hang on, I got a cough. Also gotta put some stuff away real quick. I never put away my peanut butter and my honey. Give me just about 2 minutes. Oh, ow. Ran into a wall. Ooh, sun's rising. Sunrises are so pretty. I don't like the daylight, but I do like the sunrise. It's what would get me if I was a vampire. I would eventually stay up to watch the sunrise and catch on fire. Okay. Back in the chair. Now, we build these edge towers, corner towers. They go out just like this. I don't remember that. Ah, that's because they stopped right here. There we go. That's what happened. Boop, boop. I would like to be able to place structures a little faster. I don't know why the operations too frequent thing happens. I don't know what it is about the code that made that necessary, or if it's necessary at all, if they just thought that it was a good way to keep people from accidentally making mistakes. But ultimately, my building is slower than it would be if I had to correct my mistakes by clicking too often. I would rather ultimately build faster and have to repair my mistakes than I would have to wait all the time to be able to click my buttons. Okay, come on, you. Okay. Some ceilings in. I would also really like to be able to attach structures that are saved to each other. I understand if that could maybe be difficult, and maybe it's just not in the cards to ever code it that way, but it would really improve my ability to build quickly. You know, I made those Tetris pieces to make the maze down in the cave, but if I had the ability to snap pre-made structures together, then I could have used those Tetris pieces to make basically anything, because Tetris pieces are like awesome building blocks, and you could just create interesting shapes that sort of fit together and sometimes sort of don't, to make really nice, big, elaborate structures. I'm going to have to reset my GeForce Now here in a second. Let's see if this saves. Because I am now paranoid about this whole thing. I think that was just because of, yep, okay. It's all saving. And that is nice. So pro building tip, if you're gonna build huge structures and you're going to build them floating in the sky, use the underwater trick to make a nice foundational base, and then when you set the structure up, you can always just delete the foundations you don't need when you put it in its final place. But having a nice platform up here to work from is really convenient. I mean, now that I've got some stuff that's connecting all of these things, there may be an option for me to just delete all of the foundations and then save it that way. Once everything's been completed and connected, I don't know. But it might be possible, so we'll have to look into that when we get to that point. But definitely you want to have foundations for everything to be built on, because it seems to just save better that way. Or maybe it has to do with the fact that I understand what the building is going to be made out of and how it's going to be made now. And so I'm not messing something up somehow or something. Is it 3 out, 1, 2, second look at 1? Yeah. Okay. That'll connect all of that. Now we just build all 4 of these. And as I build each one, I'm still thinking I'm going to check it. Just because there's no point building a bunch of structures before each check. Oops. There it is. Look here, you. What in tarnation? Nope. Move there. What in the Sam Hill? Place. Ceiling. Nope. Okay. Get some interior action going on. Spin this bad boy around. Come on now. Hey yo. Now we go over here and check and see if we can save. Boop. That's what I was afraid of. For some reason, didn't connect to the floor or anything. What if we click the foundation? All of that stuff works, except for that whole piece not connected. but I built it off of the foundation. Is there a parts limit? That may be the problem. Does it have to do with putting these out here first? Should I have... Let's tear these down. And let's build from this side to connect. Don't see any reason why that would need to be the case, but it could be. Negative. That is aggravating to a whole nother degree. Thankfully, I can save all of that. So I would just have to rebuild this. Which means this is going to have to be a permanent structure. Which means I need to be building it way up in the sky over the water somewhere. Which means I need to grab one of my teleport points so that I can place it on there so I can teleport up here and build while standing on it. And so people can teleport up here to actually use it. I think I'm very frustrated. There must be a save limit. Let's see if, because saving the entire thing worked earlier. So what if we save all? Will it save both spires? No. That is interesting. Man, that's unfortunate. I really want this to be kind of an ethereal thing where it only appears when we need it. We don't want it to have to be a permanent structure. Golly gee whiz. Golly gee whiz. I think it's just going to have to be a permanent structure. Just going to have to suck it up. Okay. So note to self, there appears to be a pretty defined... Well, no, because how would I have accidentally hit the limit? If there was a limit on how many structures, then like half of this would have been grabbed. Because once I extended it out from this to this, it changed. But I know the entire base is there. Because we put up the entire base at one time. So it's not a structure limit. So it has to be something about the way this particular tower was made versus the way the other tower was made. So what is it? I feel like I built the towers in pretty much the same order. The towers are all connected to themselves. When I select any part of this tower, right, the entire tower works. There's no discernible reason. Is it missing? Let's go underneath. Is it grabbing all of the foundations underneath? It is. Why is it doing that? This tower is connected. It started out connected. I never disconnected it from the foundation. When I do it like this, it doesn't grab any of the foundations underneath. So the game is viewing this entire structure as separated. What is different about the way I built those structures? I built these connectors off of this, but I don't think that's it. I don't think those connectors are connecting it. Right, if I delete that and I add blueprint, save single building, and I click it, it's still all there. Did I accidentally? No, because this doesn't even go all the way out to the end piece. So this also can't possibly be interacting with those pieces that I put on when I did the little trick where I copied, pasted the floor, and then added those 4 or 5 little pieces that I didn't actually need to add because I'm a doofus. Nothing is broken. Nothing is disconnected. It definitely didn't just magically hit the structure limit right when I started building this. That would be insane. Tear it down. Because it has to get torn down no matter what. Either I have to move this to a permanent home, or I can get it fixed. But either way, I'm going to have to rebuild this part. I am going to delete these. I don't know why it would matter that the ceilings were already there, but it could, because this game is insane sometimes. So we're just going to start again. And honestly, we're not even going to go that far. We're going to build the bottom. We're going to see if just building the bottom, we can save it. And then we're going to re-up our GeForce Now. Oh, do you guys... Let me, I'm going to watch... My stream is also on my other monitor. And I want to see if my GeForce Now notification actually appears. Whatever, I missed it. I don't care. If anybody's there, and you feel like talking, did you see the notification that comes up that says GeForce Now 15 minutes? Boo boo. Boo boo. Boo. And boo. Okay. House blueprint. Add blueprint. Save single building. Ammo. Okay. It must have been a building limit. Because now it's getting part of the bottom floor. Not anything else. So I have reached a building limit. Interesting. What's 15 by 15? Let's do some multiplication real quick. I want to see what the building structure limit is. So 15 by 15 equals 225. And then we have well, let's start with these structures because we can just multiply that by 4. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 in the back, 9, 10. Oh, so 7 and 7 is 14 because they're mirrored. And 1, 2, 3 is 17. So 17 times 4. So 225 plus 68. We're at 293 right now. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 24. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 24 and 9 is 33. So plus 33 is 326. And then let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, behind that 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 56 plus 56 plus 326. It was 382. And then when we save the blueprint, it's probably going to be 400 or 399. It picks up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Would put it at 399. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, yeah. So 399 looks like your absolute limit for saving structures. Which is interesting because in the main game you can make 800 structures on your base and you can save your entire base at once. and move it. You would think that 800 would be the limit. Especially since I should be able to use that save all function. I mean, I understand if 399 structures is the limit for a single structure, but we have the save all function. And it literally just cut off and tried to save that one little section right there. If I come over here and I hit add blueprint, save all, you piece of junk. Add blueprint, save all. It goes and just saves the parts. Oh my goodness, stop. So either there is a 399 structure limit, which I think that that's it, or I've run into some sort of wall. Oh, thanks for the like, I appreciate it. Or I've run into some sort of a wall where there's predetermined build zones, and a small section of my piece is outside of that build zone. But since it would just be the upper half of these back walls here, that seems like a weird place for it to be cut off unless it's a dome. And then it could be coming up and coming through those, but the dome would have to be so large that I don't see that curve happening in order to cut those off. So it just must be 399 structures. Sorry, I've been rambling for a really long time, but I need to work through the logical steps to decide whether or not I think I'm right. I don't want to shrink this at all. Because I think 15 by 15 is a good size. I mean, just looking at it, it looks like a good size for, you know, anywhere from 2 to 4 people to be having a free-for-all deathmatch. It's very gulag-sized, and I like it, so I want it to stay exactly as it is. And so if I'm going to make that a thing, then I'm just going to tear down this tower, and I'm going to save this, and I'm going to move it into the sky, and I'm going to build it in its permanent home, and just leave it there. And that's just going to have to be how it is. As distasteful as that is, because this is going to easily take 1,000 of my structure limit to build. And that just means that the PvP zone itself now has 1,000 less structures that can be there. And that is going to significantly limit the total number of biomes we can have. So I'm going to be up around 5,000, so I'm going to have about 4,000 structures left that I can build. And some of these, like this house, will probably be taken down, and I'll build something. This house will probably be taken down, that house might stay. Definitely keeping the lighthouse. Definitely keeping the forest that's over here that you can't see because it doesn't render when I'm this far away. Yeah. Yeah, so we're just going to float this. I mean, we're going to float it way up in the sky, like near sky cap. Sky cap is like where the tippy top of that is. Like maybe 2 or 3 walls above the tippy top of that is sky cap. And so I'm going to take this over the water. Actually, I might do it over the water right in the middle here. And take it up to sky cap. And build it up there. And I'll just put a teleporter up there so that we can go up there. Okay, so. Nope. House blueprint, add blueprint, save single building. Check it. Make sure it gets everything. Super duper horrible Did not get everything. Okay, looks like we're good. We save it. Arena. Savable. And yeah. You know what we could do? Hold up. So the big thing I'm worried about is okay. Tell me what you all think of this idea. So the thing I want to do is be able to just plunk this arena down anytime, anywhere. But ultimately it's going to be a mirror. And that mirror can potentially need a bunch of different numbers of people, like 5, 6, 4, 3, any kind of different number of people. So if instead of building the entire arena, I build a side, and then I also build a structure that can go in the middle. And then I save that side and that middle structure. Then I have the ability. I won't be able to connect the sides and the middle structure, so the middle structure will have to be something that can stand on its own. But everything on all the sides can be connected, and then we can just place it down on any patch of grass, and that'll be the arena. And so all of this middle space, and so I probably wouldn't create... actually, I could. So just create one corner, right? Not both corners. And that way when you place the other side, you get the other corner. And then you place that other side and you get this corner. And you place that other side and you get this corner. So you just build one corner. You build anything that is central. And then it mirrors across however many pieces you make. So it doesn't matter how many people you need in the free-for-all arena. You can make enough sides. And you just sort of stretch it out and open up the angles as you put them down to accommodate more people. I think that's precisely what I'm going to do. But if I'm going to do that, I need... Okay. I dig it. Oh, I really have to redo my GeForce now though. So I'm gonna turn you all off for just a second so that you can't see my screen while I redo this GeForce Now. Black screen, because I don't want you to see all my details. Exit game. Exit game. It only takes about a minute or two to get that up there. But so then I'll build it just one side like that. I'll extend out that little fortress. So ultimately I'm going to be kind of building a bunch of little fortresses. And then we'll just plunk those fortresses down in whatever polygonal shape we need. Brilliant. Flippin' brilliant. No, I don't want to play Last Epoch. What are you doing to me, GeForce Now? Where is my once human? I want to play more once human. Por favor. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely going to be the good solution here. It will mean that there's not as much stuff in between. Actually, that's not true. I can make some stuff in between. We can do that. We can do it. That video doing? And how's this video doing? I haven't checked on this video in a minute. Oh, I don't even have it pulled up. Silly, silly, dumb, dumb. This is how we do it. Okay, you guys can come back now. Boop. Hey. Look at how pretty it is. Already on the right character. Don't know what I'm doing. Enter Eternal Land. Going back. Going back to Cali. Go into Survival Hermit. Run back out there. Why am I running? Why are you running? Ah. Okay. So I kind of want to keep this whole thing up here while I do this, so I kind of understand how the mirror is going to work. So I am going to keep this structure like this. And then I need to connect these things. So instead, well, well, we're going to be making this bigger. So let's not decide what we're going to do to connect them quite yet, because I want to take this whole structure out a little bit. One, two, buckle my shoe. Right, and then we're gonna tear this out. I still want to keep the same relative size. Because we're tearing this out, and because this is ultimately going to just go placed on the ground, we're actually going to put some straight up walls back here. And then we can actually put something inside the building that goes up. Just a little boop boop. Por favor. Go different way. You're not going on here at all. What are you doing to me? I want you to come from that way to that way. That's exactly what I want. Okay. Light goes up. We get some structure action. The frames out. Then walls back out. Then this whole area goes up to that level there. We're gonna close this because we don't want close this. We want the person to have to go outside to get up. We're gonna put some windows in here. All them windows. Everything's a window. The windows in here. And then the middle one on both sides